ideas here for black.
Yeah, that's true. So we can progress in many ways, like playing bishop e2. Yeah, bishop e2, queen c4, the candidates moves. Yeah, that's queen b7 is a very risky business, but it's a very principled line at the same time. So because after queen d4, I don't see the way how to develop the
Yeah.
pieces.
Perhaps you could consider moving the knight to c3, as we mentioned earlier, knight b1 to c3. That could be an idea. And on the next move, you would want to play bishop to e3. So yeah, I think that could be a possible idea. But okay, it's an open position, and black has a bishop pair, so I can imagine that black is more than happy to go for this line.
Yeah, that's correct, and that's why Rapport already played. He played queen b7, so we've got things like developing very quickly in this game, and queen e4 is played as predicted. Like
Oh
queen
wow.
e7 is probably the only valid response because there is no need to. I mean, at least there is no difference for black after knight c3. So queen e8 has to be played, and queen a8 is played. So, wow.
Wow, this is suddenly become a very sharp line.
Yeah,
And wow, I'm really curious to see how this game will develop. I mean, there's so much going on already. The players have so much time left still, so this could either end very quickly or we're going to see some very sharp lines here.
yeah. So I think Nepomnyashchy, like at least at the first glance, having a lot of tempting options, probably would take his time, and I think that's the right moment to switch to another game.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we're just seeing 14 moves made so quickly, and that's quite exciting for all of us.
Absolutely. Perhaps we could go to the next game between Duda and Nakamura to see how they are doing.
Hmm.
Okay, they have also played quite a few moves
Hmm.
already. Okay, we see it isolated the pawn on d4. Let's have a look how this game started. Okay.
That's a very poisonous system by white, which looks very, very calm, but in fact it's quite poisonous. Like bishop d6 is played, maybe bishop e7 is a bit more popular uh, response, but bishop d6 is on the board. Rook e1, knight c7, not giving an option to take on d5 and force to take with the pawn, making the pawn instruction being symmetrical. So after rook e1,
Mm-hmm.
Nakamura decided to say no more, like knight c7. Now if knight takes on d5, we obviously take with the knight, like having a flawless pawn structure.
Right. And yeah, it's typically in these type of positions that black would want to trade as many pieces as possible, and white typically wants to go for an attack on the king side, and typically let go of the pawn on d4 so that black focuses on the pawn and at the same time white could attack towards the king.
Yeah, that's correct. And I like Duda's approach to create such kind of position, especially against Hikaru, who is a very concrete player, but like in the long term, this position is very, very strategical. So it's not like White is trying to make a blitzkrieg on the king side so they can like steadily improve their position, playing bishop c2, queen d3, then knight g3. So it's not like winning with white by force. It's more about the like the isolated pawn, the development, and like The only drawback of white position is the absence of control of d5 square, but obviously there is a lot of pros for them. So their king is in a
Mm-hmm.
much is looks at least way more safer than his like rival on g8, and after bishop c2 we've got like almost all pieces looking on the king side, and then like a very sharp attack may occur. So after knight c7 I expect him playing bishop c2 or knight g3.
That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, white has a lot of ideas, and black still needs to figure out how to develop the bishop on c8. Obviously, you can consider playing b6, bishop b7, or bishop d7, and then go to c6. But you really want to trade pieces because it feels like black has a lack of space for the pieces. There's too many pieces in the center
Hmm.
already, and you're not able to make use of that as much as you want.
Yeah, that's correct. And talking about the trades, like on the spot, knight takes c3 is a very controversial decision. Like if we play bishop c2, then we just have to point out that knight c3 is not always the useful move, because white having an option taken with the pawn, making two pawns in the center, and this pair of pawns can like cause many difficulties for black with c4, d5 ideas, and etc.
Yeah, and they will. Then you were actually able to get the passed pawn, and even though it's not going to give you a lot on the short term, long term, white will have a lot of potential.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right. And Duda already played bishop c2, so I think bishop d7 or b6 would be the responses. I would rather prefer bishop d7 for some reason. Maybe it looks a little bit more solid being placed on c6 than on b7. I don't know. I mean, like just
Mm-hmm.
intuitively.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you play the pawn to b6, you also weaken some squares. So ideally, you would want to place the bishop on c6. And even though you want to put the rook on c8, I don't think it's a big deal that the bishop will be covering the c file because there's not much to control in the c file, anyways.
Yeah, you're totally right. So, I mean, like if white would have their pawn on b3 or b4, obviously rook c8 would have much more sense. But I mean, probably still black is like not really asked what to do, so they'll play bishop d7 or b6, put their bishop on c6, and pretend to be just solid and trying to mm, respond, like having a certain response for white's threats on the king side. So it's a very playable position. I like the decision of Duda to opt for this particular line. It seems to me very playable and very interesting for white pieces against Nemtsov, which has a reputation of one of the most solid openings for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, white has a lot of options here regarding attacking on the king side, and I'm curious to see how Hikaru will continue playing here because obviously he will end up having to defend his king, and I wonder how he will continue the game considering his pieces are so tied up in the center, and he will need to think of some maneuvering to make something work.
Yeah, I think like the upcoming plan may be bishop d7, bishop c6, putting the rook on c8, and then playing bishop b8.
Hmm.
It looks a bit ridiculous, but I don't see anything more clear, at least a setup, a bunch of moves than that one.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And then you can also follow it up with Queen D6. So Black is also
Some
attacking
attacking
chances.
potential, yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, we'll figure it out, obviously, and I think that's the first time when Nakamura takes his time. Um, Previous moves were pretty much blitzed out, and for some reason, I'd like to mention that yesterday, well, obviously, Anna-Maja, I think, and I hope you spent your day off with the plus sign. So it was a good
Yeah,
day
yeah,
for you.
absolutely.
Yeah, just to mention, yesterday has been the birthday of the World Championship match contender 2012, Boris Gelfand. And
Oh,
today it's the birthday of 14th World Champion Vladimir Kramnik.
oh
Yeah,
wow.
so
Okay, that's awesome.
many happy returns to this famous legendary player. So
Happy birthday to them. That's awesome.
yeah, I mean it just would be like a casual fact for our spectators for just
Yeah,
one.
I had no idea that their birthdays were so close. I mean, it's one thing to have birthdays close, but also from those legends. That's really awesome.
Yeah, definitely. Well, so Nepomnyashchy playing Petrov, a sharp line against Rapport, Nakamura opening for a solid line in Nimso Indian. I would expect a very interesting day in the office, according to the openings of this pair of games, and we've failed to take a, a slight look on Ding against Ali Reza and Caruana against Teimour Radjabov. So we probably would start with Caruana according to the cross table because Caruana is uh, is on a clear second place, trying to
Mm-hmm.
reach Nepomnyashchy, and he has 8 rounds to go. So Caruana against
Mm-hmm.
Radjabov will be our next game to follow.
Yeah, it looks like Karana has a small edge, so I'm really curious to see where that edge is from.
hmm
Ah, it's because of a Sicilian.
Wow, A6.
Okay.
Mm,
I don't think you see this move very often at top level.
well, especially in candidates tournament, I've never seen that A6 move. Obviously, it has a clear sense. The point being that it's a kind of a trap against D4 because the
Mm-hmm.
players are being not familiar with that kind of move order, may fail into very curious trap after their D4, C takes D4, knight D4, black can play E5 at once, having a very nice position because white's knight is obliged to retreat on f3 or b3 because if knight f5, a very active option may fail to d5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and typically the knight is able to go to b5 in lines like the Sveshnikov or the Kalashnikov, but because the pawn is already on a6, you're not able to.
Play
So
knight b5, yeah.
that is the big drawback of playing at d4 so quickly.
And yeah, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it's a bit more precise to include knight f6 because
Mm-hmm.
e5 is not
Probably.
possible because of queen a5 check, the very typical idea in that sort of positions. And if knight f6, knight c3, then e5, and after knight f3, black probably may try out something like yeah, thought about bishop before, but maybe it's not the move.
I think it looks interesting. You can follow it up with queen a5, and there's a lot of pressure on the pawn on e4.
Yeah, well, but d4 is not the best continuation after a6 by all means. So therefore, Caruana opted for c4, trying to kind of receiving a hedgehog pawn structure. Knight c6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, and e5 is played. I might guess that it's Radjabov home prep, and this line being not very popular on the top level may cause some like knowledge problems to Caruana himself. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little too optimistic for Teimour, but I enjoy at least his way to start the game with black pieces.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, and I definitely agree that Teimour Radjabov could have a small edge because of this. I'm curious to see what where the knight should go now, because previously we had the line without the move c4. Now I have a feeling this knight could actually go to f5 because d5 is not a move anymore.
Yeah, you're right, because knight f5, yeah, it's a valid move, and I'm trying to understand the purpose of e5 on such early stage, because now we kind of like expose the center. There is a weak square on d5, and I don't know how we can use the absence of protection on d4 because knight is very strong. And if we play g6, there is knight d6 which has to be considered as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and typically you don't see this move e5, so it's really interesting to see. Typically, black goes for a more solid approach like e6 and queen c7 with knight f6, but yeah, e5 is pretty unusual.
Yeah, I have no clue what white should play in this position. Maybe knight c2 or knight f5. Yeah, I think we will figure it out later.
Yeah, both look like really sensible moves.
Well, we can briefly check what's wrong with knight f5 if is anything wrong with that move. So knight f6 is like the move that comes to our minds first. The knight c3 may
Mm-hmm.
fail into bishop b4, but I'm still not very convinced because of knight d6 check or
Yeah,
knight
and the pawn on
g7.
g7 is hanging, but this could it could get really complicated. But I think after king f8, there's always bishop h6 or knight
Yeah,
f5
you're right. It's not
moves.
the position white is like black is aiming for because bishop h6 is probably killing. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, frankly speaking, I blundered the pawn on g7.
It's okay. It's a really unusual position, and typically knight f5 is not a good move in those lines. But with the pawn on c4 added to the board, it's a very different story.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't think I've ever faced this myself. I've played this line many times
Wow,
with the white pieces.
I'm super
What
excited.
happened?
Knight
Oh,
f5 d5. Oh my
no
goodness.
way!
W-
Oh wow. Okay. Everything that we talked about this in this line is completely dismissed by Rajabov. He just plays d5.
Oh my goodness. Me criticizing Radjabov all the tournament long, just taking back my words with his very brave opening decision, to say the least. So d5, wow, is it a valid option?
So I mean, even e takes d5, I don't think it's that bad. But obviously, you don't want to play that if you have other options. But at least you're not losing material here, and you could have a fine end game with like a lot of minor pieces. But this runs into check, and yeah, your king will not be able to castle. But it's not the worst, I would say.
That's a great opening idea indeed by Radjabov. I don't believe this
Mm-hmm.
position is even slightly worse for black because white is
No.
lacking development. While having a slightly better pawn structure, they're clearly lacking development, and it might turn out in a very pleasant position for black pieces. So d5, yeah, that's a low blow. I didn't expect it.
Yeah, so how about well there's two other moves actually to consider. C takes d5 and queen takes d5 because both look pretty good in my
Yeah,
opinion.
fair point. Probably even c takes d5 is rather considerable than queen takes because at the first glance, bishop f5 is the only move to prove at least some compensation for the sacrificed central pawn.
Yeah, and after e takes f5, I believe there's knight d4 attacking the pawns f5, but also d5 will be hanging now.
Yeah, that's
So
that's
this looks
that's
like some
absolutely
really
clear.
crazy line.
Yeah, and kudos to Jabba for opting for that kind of line. So after 94, I would rather pick black to play because while we take on f5, we've got the very nice blockade on d6, putting the knight there, then developing with g6, bishop g7. So I would rather pick black.
Yeah, wow, a really impressive approach. And after queen a4 check to well, make use of the fact that the light squared bishop is gone from black, you can simply play b5 and there's no problems
Hmm.
for black.
Yeah, that's true. So with queen a4, it will be easily met with b5, and it seems like white just wasted tempo. And knight d4 is on the board, so we've been done a great job predicting, like since the very beginning of the games up to now. And well, if we carry on like that, I think we will win any kind of the prediction contests, I would say. So I think we've predicted like more or less everything.
Yeah, and the games so far look really exciting. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how the games develop.
Even after knight c3, bishop b4 may be included. It's a very common trap. Look, like seemingly blundering a bishop after queen e4, but then there is b5, and the bishop is untouchable because of a family fork, knight c2.
Yeah, and well, that would be pretty devastating. I don't think it will happen in the candidates, but this is definitely a well-known
Yeah,
trick.
no way. Yeah, Caruana would gone mad after blundering like that.
Absolutely.
So after knight d4, it's not that obvious how white should proceed because both pawns are hanging. White having a little lack of development, and bishop b4 check, developing the bishop at once is the idea. Like in case if we manage to trade the pair of dark square bishop for black, their position simply mm, will would become better.
Yeah, and typically you would want to lose the f5 pawn because that pawn is doubled, and the d5 pawn could still bring a lot of potential for white, but it's difficult to see how you can actually defend this pawn. I'm guessing bishop c4 is a move that comes to mind, but it doesn't look so great because there's moves like rook c8, b5, and this bishop will not survive for too long.
Yeah, indeed. And also we should like mention that there is a lot of tactical tricks for black with such kind of knight on d4 connected with some forks on c2, like, oh no, of course not queen d2. Queen d4 will be played. Yeah, I'm a bit puzzled what white will opt for after knight d4. Maybe still knight c3, protecting the pawn on d5, as you said. Like, I
hmm
agree that that pawn is more useful than the f5 one. So knight c3 is the line, and bishop b4 can be played. And some normal move like maybe bishop g3, kind of
hmm
aiming queen a4 because we protect the square on c2, not allowing the knight to go. Well, queen d4 may fail to queen a4, then knight c6 is a move, but somehow I feel white is better there.
hmm Yeah, what I do like of Black's position is the development, but it looks very shaky with the bishop pitting the knight to not allow the queen to be captured on d5. So yeah, it's a pretty tricky position.
Wow, we've got a lot of excitement since the very beginning of the seventh round, and this round may bring to us a lot of like positive emotions at least, and some decisive games as well.
Yeah, I agree. It's already super exciting. So let's see how the games will continue. Do you want to take a look on the game between Ding Liren and Alireza
Yeah,
Firouzja?
I do. I want, obviously. Well, I'm not very convinced that it will bring us more excitement that we've seen just now, but wow, that's a line. That's a good one in terms of the like a double-edged play. So it was, I think, English opening, like with Bishop C5 third.
Oh.
Yeah, that's like probably I've got the point what Alireza was aiming for. There is a very well-known line nowadays after knight c3. I think c6 is the move, knight f3, e4, knight h4, like d5, kinda trying to trap the knight after g5. And if I'm not
Mm.
mistaken, there is a very peculiar line connected with. I think we start with c takes d4, c takes d4, d4, or there is a line with d3, h6, d takes c4, g5. No, 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 sorry.
Oh
I
wow.
think I forgot something. So there is some way how black managed to capture the knight on h4, and I'm trying to recall it. Maybe even there, could it be possible? Like that?
Perhaps. It makes sense, but I'm guessing that it will cost some pawns,
Hmm.
and white will have some compensation.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm not very convinced that that is the line. So, and instead of g3, there is g4 move as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, white black does not have to take en passant, so I think black will be very happy to keep the pawn on
Hmm.
e4 and simply move the bishop to another square.
Yeah, sorry for that. I think I forgot the line. I
No.
remember h6, g5 is the idea in this line. So once again, I just wanted to point out that Firouzja is trying to reach, like, is trying to receive the position with some material imbalance on the board. So I clearly understand he's willing to play that particular line, castle knight c3, c6, knight e3, d6. Castle e5, a5, very well-known position. g4, pawn takes, knight takes a4. Obviously, knight a4 is not the move because of bishop g4 and the queen is overloaded.
Yep. So that would be upsetting.
Yeah, and queen a5, I think is a move I've already seen once, maybe in analysis. I'm not very familiar with like that particular position, but in terms of plans, black is a side who is trying to play in a dynamic way because of the weakness of d6 pawn, and white is a side who will try to maintain the control in the center, developing their dark square bishop and pressing on d6 pawn.
Absolutely. And it's a bit difficult to see where the pieces develop, but because there's not many squares available for the pieces that are not developed just yet. For example, the bishop on c1 is not able to go to d2. I'm guessing bishop g5 could be a move to consider, but unfortunately for white, it doesn't work because of the move bishop takes d4. So yeah, that makes it very difficult for that bishop to develop as well.
Yeah, so in that regard, bishop e4 is quite considerable option, but it
Mm-hmm.
still remains quite unclear after knight d7, the knight heading to e5 square and pressing on c4 pawn. So it's not only about the drawbacks of black's pawn structure. White has to keep an eye on their pawn structure.
Absolutely. And you would want to move the queen to defend the pawn on c4, but then you lose sight on the knight on d4. So it's not a simple position to play. And there's a lot of ideas that you're not able to
Yeah, I
do.
think knight c2 is played. I think it's been one of Hare Krishna games playing with black or rather with white. So this position is not a new one in regarding the modern theory. What I don't remember exactly what should be like how black should proceed. Maybe knight d7 still. Probably knight c2 was played with an idea to play b4, a takes b4, and a takes b4, keeping the threat of b4 and allowing white's bishop to be placed at b2. So yeah, that's very playable, very complicated position. Maybe I would try. It's slightly preferable for white because of the pawn structure issues.
Absolutely. And yeah, that's a great idea. And it's difficult to see for black where to play because you're not able to play the move d5 ever. It's very well defended by white. Perhaps I mean you want to consider playing b5 in the future, but for now it's impossible because of this bishop on g2, controlling the diagonal. So yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting position, and it's a bit difficult to see for both sides where to play for
Yeah,
and what ideas they
it
have.
already became very, very tactical and very concrete. So I I would expect knight a6 or knight d7, maybe knight a6, even if b4. B4 is not impossible because of simple knight takes b4. And
Hmm.
black's idea is to put their bishop to, I think, g4 or f5, then to g6. Also bishop g5 is the move. And then like put the rooks on e8 and d8 respectively and push the h pawn. So, like in the long term, will probably try to create some kind of attack with the king on g1 being under the pressure of bishop on c5. So this is what I expect. This is my expectation, and we will figure it out soon.
Hmm. Yeah, Reza has been spending some time in this position too. Both players spent quite some time already, so looks like they are both probably out of their preparation. But it's not so easy to figure it out in this position what you exactly want to do, and it requires some time to figure it out.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very complicated position with all pieces on the board and only one pair of pawns straight. So, um, yeah, as I mentioned before, like dynamically wise, black is the preferable side, and strategically wise, probably white is the side who is better. And
Hmm.
well, I think it has to be more or less leveled up. So
Yeah. Yeah, and what is interesting is that the position looks pretty open. It doesn't look super closed, but despite the fact that the players have quite a lot of space in the position, it's not so clear to see like where they could be heading to. And typically, the close position, like you would call this a close position because there's a lack of moves and lack of um, like pieces, space for the pieces, but the position is pretty open in my opinion.
yeah, it is indeed. And one of the most important questions for white is if they have to put the pawn on e3 and resist the tension of the pressure of bishop on c5, because e3 on the one hand it's like additionally protecting the pawn on f2. Sorry, no. I'll That's not what I've tried to show you. So e3 is kind of protecting the pawn on f2, but it has its own drawbacks itself, because now like the knight may proceed to e5, then the bishop g4 may be the idea, and then the f3 pawn may become a real target. So like the two
Absolutely.
plans are to put the bishop on f5 or play bishop e3 and trade the bishop, but somehow I feel it has to be fine for black, because with the absence of dark square bishop, it won't be like that enough pressure on d6 pawn, and the other plan is to play b4, which seems to be like probably a bit more mm, clear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So we will see. Oh, actually, knight c2 has been
Yeah,
played. Yeah. So let's see how. Oh, it was already on the board. Yeah, I thought we were still analyzing this.
no, we were just explaining
Yeah.
the consequences of after knight c2, like what are the potential plans for both sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do we maybe have another game that we want to look at? Maybe there's some development in the game of Jan Nepomnyashchy against Rapport.
Yeah, they've been providing us with the instant responses. So currently we have this position.
Oh,
Oh my goodness. So bishop h3, that was my idea also, but I was a bit puzzled with queen g6, king h1, queen e4, f3. So I'm trying to
yeah,
get the
me
points
too.
of queen e4 check.
Maybe there's queen e2 and then bishop d6, threatening to checkmate on h2.
Wow, yeah, that's the clear, very valid point. Bishop knight d2, bishop d6, and then if f4, are we capable of finding anything? Like,
Maybe bishop b4 because you would want to get rid of that knight. Well, you can either do that after bishop d6 or before.
yeah, valid point. Well, but
But
white
even
is like
then,
rook up, so I'm not like
yeah.
very convinced that it's the best way to proceed. Maybe we have something easier. Let's say queen c4, the most I would say logical move in the position. Then
Mm-hmm.
if knight d2, we can even play queen a6, and like knight d7 is unavoidable.
Mm.
But I mean, like, still I can't clearly understand mm, the consequences after such trades, because white will have a pair of rooks for the queen, and like material wise, it's even an advantage. But strategically wise, with that exposed king, it won't be a very a big deal for black to in order to make a draw. So like f3 is possible move, and I'm very curious if rather Rapport uh, like carry on, and if he continues the game, and queen e4 with the king on h1, I think Rapport still takes his time, and that's a very good prep by Nepomnyashchy, knowing his
Yeah.
line by heart. And
Yeah.
well, if I'm not mistaken, Rapport is no, he couldn't be lower. He couldn't be below 1 hour on time. I mean, because the game started just 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, indeed. Jan has only spent 8 minutes off his clock, but um, Report probably has like a little bit of an hour because, yeah, as you said, it hasn't been an hour ago since the game started, but he has been spending quite some time, and it makes a lot of sense. And the question is, indeed, do you want to go for this repetition or do you go for a continuation of the game with f3?
Well, let's try to find the most precise way after f3. How like what is the best option for black? Because like black is a side who's rook down, and they have to be very careful.
Right. Yeah, I really like this line that you mentioned with queen takes c4, and it's difficult to see what other line could be played here because yeah, it's difficult to see because you would want to attack on the king side, but I feel like white is able to defend really well over here.
Yeah, probably. And I think it's very important that after queen a6, let's say if knight takes knight e4, we play knight d7, and after queen f8, we take with the knight and putting our knight to e6, where he will be placed almost like perfectly, protecting
Mm-hmm.
everything. Like f7, f5 could be the threat. And white position still remains very, very shaken. Pardon me, obviously knight e4 is not the move because the rook was hanging. I've just mentioned it, so
Yeah, I was wondering, wait a second, was it forced all this
no, it was
time?
not. I mean, I saw that it's a very active move,
Yeah.
but if it doesn't work, so if rook e1, Black still can play knight d7 because I'm convinced after rook e7, rook e8, rook d7, black might have a very sharp attack after queen e2, rook e8. I think it's just winning for black, like mm, like despite the fact being some material down. So and if queen takes a fate, we can take with the bishop then, and black is super fine there.
Yeah. Uh, Typically, you would want to have this side with two rooks when you have two rooks against the queen, but I feel like in that position, there's black has a lot of counterplay and white has a lot of weaknesses.
Yeah, definitely. So a very good prep by Jan, bishop h3 and checks. That's what we see. f3 is not played yet, and like f3 is the only natural way to continue the game, but we are not 100% sure that it's a good move itself. So after queen e4, we might expect a draw agreement such on such early stage.
Yeah, which is interesting because yesterday was the rest day, and typically you see these kind of quick draws happen before the rest day, but and after the rest day, there's a lot of tension and like long games going on. But it will be pretty surprising to see this happen after the rest day.
Well, it just by all means, it's just a great prep by Jan, and
For sure.
maybe well, we wouldn't blame Rapport for that, but it's just an absence of ideas in Petrov defense. So like that's why I would rather opt for g4 against Jan than e4 if he tries to learn Petrov by heart, and after d4 there is not a lot of forced draws, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so in this position, if King G1 is played, does that mean there will be does that force the threefold repetition already?
I think no, because after sorry, g takes h3, queen g6, king h1, queen e4, and then I think Richard was taking his time to calculate the consequences of after f3, but after 21 minutes, think he still played king g1, queen g6, queen king h1, queen a4, and after king g1, both sides can claim for 3-4 repetition. So it's an early draw, just a great, well, incredible first leg for Jan Nepomnyashchy, having 4 blacks and scoring +3, having 7
Wow.
whites and sorry, 7 whites would be a little bit too much for him in the leg 2, but 4 whites, I mean that's a very very nice start for him indeed.
Absolutely. He has shown, especially in the last game that I followed in round six, he has shown that he is capable of a lot of excitement in his games, and it pays off. I mean, it's one thing to um, create those kind of positions, and it's another thing to be able to convert them to a full point. Because, for example, in this position, he might not be able to get a win out of this. But I mean, with the black pieces, you're more than happy to take a draw, and especially because he barely spent energy during his game. Now it's a Rapport spending so much time and having to try to figure out on the board what to do. But Jan Nepomnyashchy is just having a good time, and he's in his prep.
Yeah, yeah. So he almost like made a couple of rest days for himself with that kind of draw, not wasting any kind of energy. I think he only spent 8 minutes to make a draw with black pieces. That I mean shows off his level of preparation, and well, it means that his like Petrov decision to play Petrov wasn't senseless at all. So he proven me wrong with his quick draw with black pieces against Richard Rapport. And I wonder, we also have a game of a lot of early developments in Caruana against Radjabov.
Mm-hmm.
So we're moving to Caruana against Fabiano against Teimour game.
Let's see what they've played. Okay, there's not a lot of progress so far.
Yeah, so bishop d3 was played, queen d5, knight c3, and queen d7, because probably like g2, b2, and b7, g7 pawns respectively are the most poisonous. I think even Vasily Ivanchuk said that b2 is the pawn that you would like barely willing to capture, like ever.
Mm-hmm.
So queen g2, bishop may fail into bishop e4, and like queen h3 is the only valid move with queen. White having a very good initiative, probably simply even taking on b7. I think White is doing super good in there. So queen d7 was played instead after bishop d3, knight queen d5, knight c3. White castled, and it's black to move. At least Caruana managed to receive a playable position, and
Mm-hmm.
with a pair of bishops, and it's not being quite clear how black will use the power of g4 knight.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that the f5 pawn is really very vulnerable, and it's a bit unclear. I mean, obviously, white has a lot of compensation for this pawn because of the development of the pieces, and black is still underdeveloped. But a pawn is a pawn, and if black can capture this safely, that would be ideal for Radjabov.
Yeah, indeed. So knight f5 will force white to respond quickly. Like
Mm-hmm.
probably rook e1 is the most natural alternative.
Yeah, and yeah, do you have to play f6 to defend this pawn? It looks a little bit sad.
Yeah, it looks a little bit sad because bishop d6 is not working due to bishop f
Mm-hmm.
like winning a piece, and f6 is the move you usually not going to make like in in any kind of positions. After f6, probably white can try out something
Yeah,
like
and
bishop f5. I
yeah,
don't know, but bishop f5 is a bit premature. Maybe f.
yeah, it's not easy to see how black could develop. Yeah,
But intuitively, you're not considering taking on f5 as a first option.
yeah, because you don't have to take it, and that pawn is staying there, and it's not so simple for white to defend that. So black could easily consider playing knight f6 first to play a developing move, and then next develop the bishop, for example, to b4 or c5, and then simply short castle.
Yeah, fair point. Yeah, great. So knight f6, the move suggested by Anna-Maja is like in my point of view, and I think your lads may agree with that. Agree on that. That knight f6 has to be played,
Mm-hmm.
and well, I think like bishop g5 is the move that comes to our minds first.
True. And I'm guessing bishop e7 is a natural response to that. But after bishop e7, you may have to be careful for moves like rook e1 because the pawn on e5 will be under attack. And yeah, I mean, queen d6 looks like a natural move, but it feels a bit dangerous to move the queen to that square. The king will be a little bit exposed on e8, and it doesn't feel right to put the queen
Yeah,
there.
yeah. So you already play queen d7, and then if you're forced to play queen d6, it means that something went wrong in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's interesting to see that Fabiano is down to 1 hour and 10 minutes on the clock, um, despite not having played many moves. It's not a big deal just yet, but the time difference might hurt in the long term, and it's clear that Radjabov is well prepared in this game.
Yeah, it looks like. So, but after, isn't the Radjabov who's taking his time after um Hustle?
True. He has been spending quite some time on this. Yeah.
Maybe he has some, like, has few responses to Castle, like maybe some bishop of maybe bishop e7 first. I don't know, knight f6, bishop
Mm-hmm.
d6, knight takes f5. Yeah, at least some visibly possible moves. And
Right.
I think Radjabov has to prove us his prep, his knowledge of that particular position.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, I'm curious to see how Rajabov will continue from here because he got a pretty nice position from the opening, and yeah, it's not clear where like the attack could be for the time being, but he already has a nice position, and there's still a lot of things possible throughout the game.
yeah, definitely. Well, I think we are missing the development of the games between Duda and Nakamura. So let's
Mm-hmm.
take a quick look on this young Pole. Bishop c2, and what are the moves? Well, we've got a lot of things
Okay.
changed in the game. Bishop d7, queen d3, uh, with a very like obvious threat of mating and one in h7. f5 has to be played. Obviously, knight g6 probably being considered, and not in order not to expose the king at once, but knight g6 may fail to typical h4 moves. It's like maybe we have to prepare them somehow, but knight on g6 is not an ideal piece.
Yeah, and also you allow knight takes d5. White could consider that, and then after he takes d5, there's no more isolated pawn on d4. Black will also have the same problem, so to say. So yeah, that will definitely favor White in this situation. So that's probably why Hikaru did not want to go for knight g6. Indeed.
Mhm. Yeah, f5 moves looks a bit ridiculous, a bit suspicious because it weakens the e5 square, but it's very typical in that type of structure. So we're taking an additional control of e4 square, killing only the mating threats, but obviously there is the price you pay, you giving up the e5 uh, square. So after f5, bishop b3 was played, queen b6, knight takes, bishop takes, e takes d5, bishop f4. The most logical response from Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Now rook e8, and now Duda is the side who takes his time. So, mm, like the point being that after bishop g6, that trade we were aiming for, after queen d6, there is f4 threat of black. So if black will manage to play f4, they will be doing like pretty much they'll be doing great.
Yeah, and because in this position, I would say this knight has more potential than the bishop on d7. But indeed, after f4, this bishop will be able to move to f5 or even g4,
Hmm.
and it looks like that bishop will have much more potential.
Yeah, that's true indeed. So bishop f4, rook a e8, and Duda still taking his time. Maybe he can try to force black to trade by themselves. So queen g3, uh, there is not a lot to consider. Bishop f4 probably is one of the fewest moves. I've been curious about rook f6, but somehow, like intuitively, I don't feel it's a great move. Like protecting the bishop and aiming rook g6, but who knows? Maybe even rook f6 is fine. Because after bishop e5, black at least have rook g6, maintaining the pressure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you would say that black has a small advantage because of the bishop pair, but it's in this situation that I feel like this bishop pair is not very powerful.
Hmm.
But still, because of rook g6, black has still a lot of ideas in this position, and it will definitely not be so easy for white to play. But this bishop on e5 is very strong, and knight could jump to f4, so a very dynamic position, I feel like.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. So this is a possible line, queen g3, rook f6, because somehow intuitively I didn't like bishop f4 because usually the side that gives up the tension like then suffers as the consequence of their unwillingness of keeping the nerve on the game on the board, the tension. If bishop f4, knight f4, white is aiming to play knight d3 and put their knight on e5 or c5, both probably.
Hmm. Yeah, and the bishop does not look great at all. And this knight on e5 will be a monster. So, um, yeah, that looks really
So it's
nice.
like
It would be really nice for
after
white.
queen d4, like queen d4 might be one of the fewest valid responses.
Yeah, I'm guessing you'll have to go for a move like rook e d1.
Hmm.
So you can capture the pawn d5. But the pawn on b2 is also hanging.
Yeah, it's not that clear to figure out which side is a bit closer to the finish line. So knight f4 may fail into the queen d4, and it means that after bishop f4, bishop takes f4 is a very valid move because queen f4 looks a bit awkward, a bit odd because it's not that clear where this knight will proceed to.
Yeah, true. You have to think of great big maneuvers like maybe king h1, knight g1, knight f3, but it takes a lot of time. So,
Yeah, fair point. And black can even start with rook e4, then f4, like the same ideas.
hmm.
Keeping an eye on d4 pawn as well. Yeah, I'm very interested. And I think somehow Nakamura is not suffering anymore. And well, it's very double-edged game.
Absolutely, yes. This could go anywhere still. I am very worried about this bishop on d7, but I'm curious to see how Hikaru will develop this bishop. Because ideally, if you're able to trade this bishop for the knight on e2, I think black would be more than happy to go for this trade.
Yeah, certainly. So, to sum up, what do you think about what do you think of that position? So, if Duda managed to obtain some sort of advantage, from the opening, or not?
Um, yeah, it has two sides basically. On one hand, I feel like there is a small advantage in White's position, but on the other hand, I think it's really easy to defend for Hikaru, and he does have this weakness on e5, but as long as he's not allowing to for the knight to maneuver all the way to e5, I think he is doing just fine. So for the time being, I think the position is more or less equal.
Yeah, full, yeah, certainly. Uh, Well, meanwhile, I've been thinking about like bishop b5 opportunity for black. In order if black
Mm.
trying to get all of the pieces of the board, and it may fail only to queen b3 ideas. And the pawn on d5 is saying so it's not like that clear. We can also include queen d5 check after knight f4 first. Then probably black will play king h8, then we take on f4 and we're pawn up. So Duda keeps attention on the board, and bishop b5 not being mm, like an available option for black, it means that black has to show off some preciseness.
Absolutely. Yeah, I fully agree with what you said.
Well, so g3, we've got already 18 moves made in Duda against Nakamura. We've got one result of the day, Rapport against Nepomnyashchy, a draw agreed on move like something like 16 or 17 with a threefold repetition. Uh, yeah, let's take a look on.
They haven't finished the game just yet, right? I believe Rapport was still thinking, right?
I think the draw, like the draw's result, already appeared on the like notation, and yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we can figure it out later. But I think, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
if not, we will see how the game will proceed, and it will be even more mm, interesting and exciting for both spectators and us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Um, we haven't covered. I think we still have to take a look how the game between Ding Liren and Alireza Firouzja
Hmm.
progressed. We left off somewhere around the opening, so let's see how the game developed there in the last few moves.
Hmm. I think we've got only 3 moves made since we've
Oh.
stopped following. So this game is developing very steadily, very slowly in comparison to others, especially in comparison to Rapport Nepomnyashchy game where we already have a certain result. So after knight c2, bishop f5, yeah, kind of logical. First you release your bishop, and then you follow it up with knight b d7, bishop d2, knight b d7, rook c1 is played. Now all the minor pieces developed are developed.
Mm-hmm.
And rook c1, I'm a bit puzzled with rook c1. So he got rid of the pin of the pressure of bishop on f5, but this is somewhat I can't understand. Like that fast.
Yeah, because we were considering, we were talking about the move b4 or b3, but with the move rook c1, Ding Liren is basically saying we are not playing this b3 or b4 move just yet. You can still consider playing it, but I feel like the rook on c1 would be misplaced then. It's clear he wants to get out of the pin from the bishop. However, it becomes less clear what White's plan is because of how the position has developed.
Yeah, definitely. Mm, it's not that clear at all, and the natural willing of pushing the e4 pawn may have some drawbacks itself, because after rook c1, let's say if black even start with rook f e8, preventing from knight e4 and aiming knight e4, and some lines, well, I think rook f e8 will be played. It is a little bit more flexible move than knight e5, because I think rook on e8 is needed always, while knight e5 may become a target after king h1 f4 ideas. So I would rather, in terms of flexibility, in terms of order of moves, I would rather play rook f e8 first.
Mm-hmm.
So rook
Yeah, that
c1.
makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
so like white is kind of playing tic-tac-toe, so waiting for black to make a move. And yeah, I'm very curious. I think rook f8 has to be played no matter what.
Yeah, and should black be worried about the fact that if the knight on c3 moves, there will be discovery attack? Should black be worried about this?
Yeah, fair point. That's great that you've mentioned that also knight e4 is a threat. So I mean, strategically wise, if we get rid of this dark squared bishop, the g6 pawn will become a very, very clear, very obvious, very heavy target.
Right, yeah. It makes me wonder why Ding did not play it right away instead of playing rook c1 because he had the time to do so.
Mm, so he could have played knight e4 first, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it makes me wonder why he didn't play that.
That's actually a good question, indeed. Knight e4. Yeah, that's a very natural, very logical question. And I have no clue why knight e4 wasn't played at once. Maybe he was somehow, well, it can easily, it could easily be that he discovered the possibility of knight e4 discovered attack afterwards, after playing knight rook c1. Maybe I'm a little bit underestimating Ding Liren level of play, but once again, just pointing out that we're all humans. Like,
Hmm.
well, not,
Yeah, it's always
maybe
possible.
queen b6. I'm trying to at least mm, to prove the rook c1 first instead of knight e4. Maybe like now after knight takes c5, probably black can take with the pawn, and looks like yeah. So white is all pinned. I mean, they're pinned on b file. They're pinned on the h7 b1 diagonal. So rook c1 is could have been a wise attempt to unpin from all kind of like annoying threats, annoying pins.
Hmm.
But knight e4 has a very valid point. So I rather I do expect Ding calculating this particular line for a while, and probably he wasn't like
Hmm.
very convinced with the outcome of this position.
Yeah, and that makes me wonder because after rook c1, black could still play the move queen b6, and this pawn on b2 will be under attack. So um, I wonder what Ding has planned after that because to me it's not so clear.
Well, obviously not rook b1 back for many reasons. I think probably has some tactical threats or like tactical slash strategical. Probably he's provoking queen b6 to play knight e3. So your bishop
Mm.
is hanging, the pawn on a4 is hanging, and if you take the knight on e3, then we take with the bishop, and once again we've got a double attack on g6 and b6. Queen b2 looks very principled because if queen retreats, then white has like, as the poker players said, free roll. They just put their queen on d2, play rook fd1, and the pawn on d6 would be like literally dead. So after bishop e3, queen b2 is one of the fewest valid options, and still queen d6. And as the outcome, white has a pair of strong bishops and probably even a better pawn structure because c5 fixing the queen side is a threat. So queen b6 is a very logical move to make, but it may fail into knight e3. So once again, players playing tic-tac-toe, and I expected this game to be fun enough at least.
Absolutely, yeah. This game so far, I mean, it looks pretty complex because the pawns are not really able to move, and typically you would want to move the pawns a little bit because it defines the position. But so far, I mean, we have a pawn on g3 from White's perspective and pawn on c4, and very little control of the center from White's perspective. So it gives a different twist to this to the game.
Yeah. Yeah, this very complicated position indeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a bit very different from the other games in that sense.
Yeah, I agree. So just to sum up, how do we evaluate the current position on the board of Rook C1?
I would say I like Black's position more because the development of Black is the pieces are placed really well, and it's not so clear where White is heading to for me. The pieces, it seems to be that they're too much tied down together, and I've yet to see where Ding is heading to in this game. So I would rather pick Black in this position.
Hmm. Well, and time-wise, probably both players like their own positions, like their own setups more or less equally because they spend
Mm-hmm.
more or less the same amount of time. And probably it's a good time to have a short break and be back shortly, just in 10 minutes. Stay tuned on World Chess. Yeah, welcome back after a short break, and we've got a little misunderstanding. And Nepomnyashchy's game is in progress because Rapport decided to refuse from the threefold repetition after Queen G6 check, King H1, Queen E4, where they moves F, King G1 back. So they repeated it twice, and then F3 was the move after 28 minutes of profound think. Queen D3, King G2. So for some reason, Knight D2 wasn't played. Queen G6 back, King H1, Queen D3, then Knight D2. He refused twice from the repetition. Queen D7, threatening Queen Knight A6, like discovered attack on White's queen. Knight E4, Knight A6, Queen takes, Bishop takes, and after Bishop before Queen H3, the position became more or less defined. Rook AD1, H6, Bishop G3, and if I'm not mistaken, Rapport is in severe time trouble.
Yeah, he has been spending quite some time, and he still has 13 moves to go, but he really needs to speed up now because he's. I'm not sure if he's that low on the clock because the 2 hours have not passed just yet. So perhaps he would be around 20 minutes, but it's still not a lot of time until the first time
Yeah,
control.
for such kind of position. And
Mm-hmm.
after Bishop G3, I assume Nepomnyashchy will not try to trade the pieces. He'll try to maintain the pressure, maintain the nerve of the game on the board. Probably playing f5. So it's like f5 is probably not a bad move. Because if knight f2 the queen is not trapped, we have a nice spot on f8 on h5 attacking the pawn, and if knight d6 we might try g7 g5.
Right, preparing
Yeah.
F4, perhaps.
And white cannot play f4 itself because of the overloaded d1 rook, so we can take on d6 and we're winning the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's difficult to see how white could benefit from having two rooks against the queen, because typically you would say that the two rooks are better, but I'm failing to see how the two rooks could cooperate together with the knight and bishop. And especially after your move f5, it's hard to see how the pieces could cooperate. And even though the knight and bishop of black are also a little bit discoordinated, it's clear to see that this queen on h3 is very active, and there's a couple of weaknesses that black could play for. So I really like your move f5.
Well, probably white will try to regroup after knight f2, queen h5, knight d3, claiming that they took the control of c5 square, which is very important for black because they were aiming to play knight c5. But even knight c5 is possible, like no matter what, you just play knight c5, and if we trade the knights, black still is not worse, but I'm not convinced that their attacking potential is strong enough in order to create some real danger for white's king. So I would rather expect knight f2, queen h5, knight d3. It seems very logical after f5.
Yep, makes a lot of sense.
We can still try out g5 in that very position after knight f2, queen h5, knight d3, g5. Yeah, preparing the same threat of f4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it looks good. But maybe it's Yeah, you kind of miss some pieces to start an attack with black, and ideally you would want to create a passed pawn, but it's difficult to see how you can make a big progress here.
I'm a little bit surprised with knight c5 decision, but yeah, he didn't want to make any kind of, you know, uh, sharp moves, as we can consider f7 and 5 as a sharp move. Like it's a very serious decision in terms of keeping your king in safety. Knight c5 is a move I
Hmm.
do like as well. Um, there is not much to play with white after knight c5. I think the purpose of knight c5 is to provoke knight d6 because Rapport are refusing from like three-fold repetition is probably trying to keep the most pieces on the board, and if knight d6, black can take on d6, and after bishop d6 even play knight d3, activate their knight and create some threats probably. Well, I'm not very sure that b3, if black has enough threats after b3, but well, at least there is a lot of
Hmm.
tactical options which white have to be aware of even more in a more accurate way than black, because black is a side who is has the better king. Black is a side who has some kind of attack, and talking about that kinds of positions, it's easier to create something with black than with white.
Absolutely. White is more on the defensive side here. It's interesting that Nepomnyashchy is going for this knight trade. You would say that after the knights are off the board, it will be much easier for white to defend with less pieces on the board, and harder for black to attack. But because of the amount of pawns on the board and the weaknesses that white has and black can still create, I have a feeling that black is slightly better in this
Yeah,
position.
unquestionably. And knight c5 also, like in terms of logic and strategical wise, from the practical point of view, is the most natural move because we're getting rid of the active piece in the center of the board, trading the worst piece we have on in the like right top angle of the board. So knight c5, like by all means, is one of the best moves in the position.
I agree.
So
Would you say the white's best move would be to capture the knight and try to hold the position, or does the white need to avoid this trade at all cost?
it's very controversial, but I think it's at that certain point of the game, white is not capable of producing some like mm, playing on victory ideas. So I think knight takes c5 has to be played. So they have to.
Hmm.
White has to do. White is the side who has to diverse their risks. Has to play in a very calm way, trying to get of more pieces, trying to get rid of more pieces on the board. So knight takes c5, in my opinion, still has to be played. So I don't expect Rapport to keeping the knights on the board, play knight c3 or knight f2 either, because it's like, well, rook fe1 is the move that keeps attention. I do like it as well. So we're not afraid of the trade, but we just slightly improve the placement of our major piece. So rook fe1 is even stronger because black is the side who has to make like the crucial decision between taking on e4 or playing knight e6 probably. But I mean, probably now it's a good moment for black to decline the trade and play knight e6 because we're
Mm.
covering the d8 sport, which is very important. And white was aiming to play rook d8, but now no more. And I think like rook d7, a very active move, may fall into like various in a various ways, like knight f4, knight g5, like a discovered attack. And I would play knight e6, and I think this moves is probably the best from the practical point of view because Rapport is much lower on time. He has slightly worse position, and with keeping the pieces on the board would mean that white should be aware of like a bigger amount of options from black side.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I really like this 96 move, indeed covering the d8 square, which is really important. And it basically does not allow white for any sort of compensation. And it also has played, it's also on the board now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and perhaps you could start attacking this pawn with the black pieces, the pawn on f3. But okay, if you move, for example, queen f5, then king g2 is very straightforward. But I feel like black has a lot of ideas in this position, and now white could possibly consider, yeah, if white plays, for example, rook d7, maybe there is a move like knight f4, very sneaky tactic.
Yeah, 94 sneaking it. So we're provoking white to, so we're forcing white to play rook d2, and then even bishop b4 is the move to consider. And white is kind of overloaded because if rook checks, then we have simple king h8, and you cannot take the knight because the rook is hanging, and there is not, it's not that clear how you protect the g2 square. So probably you have the only move playing rook g1, and black has a plenty of options. I mean, including knight e2 and so on. So
Yeah.
yeah, I agree. Knight f4 is an idea, and also I would rather try f7, f5. I think it's very straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, and you'll be able to play f4 the next
yes,
move as well, unless knight
yeah,
f2
yeah,
is being played.
yeah. Obviously, so knight f2 has to be played. Queen h5. Well, maybe it's not that clear because you can take on e6, queen takes, king g1,
Mm.
f4, and I've probably missed something like rook d3. So it's not that clear. Maybe I have to be more careful. Maybe knight f4, the move you assumed was good enough to keep being the upper hand side. Like,
Yeah, maybe you could play f5 on the next move. So after rook d2, then you could consider playing f5. So yeah, here f5 here. Is that
wow, that's a nice move
a feasible
actually.
move? Because now the knight is not hanging on e6
Yeah,
anymore.
and I think, and also knight f2 is not possible because of the mate.
Right.
If you take it, neither is queen f3, simply winning the game. And
Mm-hmm.
well, it's not clear at all how white will solve it out. So yeah, well, knight f4, like finally, yeah, we came up to conclusion. I mean, making a connection of our ideas with knight f4 and f5.
Yeah.
So the mixture of ideas pays off for black. So
Mm-hmm.
we start with knight f4, the move you've proposed, and then we follow up with f5. Yeah, that's a very, yeah, that made it very dire consequences for white. So um, yeah, knight c5, rook fe1. Probably knight c5 was a bit more accurate, but still, I mean, no matter what, white would be the side who would suffer till the very end of the game. But rook f e1, knight e6, and I think Jan is feeling super happy on the board. And if he wins today, he will have no, pardon me, 5.5 out of 7 with 4 blacks and FIDE candidates. It will be like one of the most impressive like first legs on like in the franchise history of FIDE candidates tournaments. So yeah, I would.
Yeah, that would be extremely impressive. Yeah, that will be very impressive. But now we see a3 on the board. So seems like he does not want to allow bishop
Mhm.
b4. And it's also a waiting move to see what black decides to do.
Yeah, that's a clever move indeed.
Mm-hmm. Black actually played the move h5, so
That's what I
okay,
like.
we did not consider this move just yet, but h5 with the idea to play h4. It's a clear attack because if the bishop has to leave, then the pawn f3 will be lost, obviously. So white needs to take care of that at
Yeah,
this point.
undoubtedly. And if white tried to kick out the queen with knight f2, black play queen f5, obviously this is the only move. And the point being that rook g3, like the whole setup looks very, very shaky for white.
Yeah, yeah. This pawn f3 is really a big weakness, and for the time being, it's easy for white to defend. But you don't want to play king g2.
No, obviously not.
It feels very unsafe.
Yeah, after king g2, you should be aware of h4 because
Mm-hmm.
it will be undoubtedly followed up with the check on f4.
Yeah.
And it's so unpleasant to play this position with white pieces. I mean, in term like from the practical perspective of you after h5. So the question is
Mm-hmm.
if white is gonna gonna be mated or not.
Yeah. I guess the first step is to defend this pawn on f3. So maybe a simple move like rook f1 could be considered.
Yeah, fair point.
It's not a move you want to make, but yeah, it's the first move that comes to mind to defend the pawn on f3.
Yeah, and we have to point out that f7, f5 is no more possible because the queen is trapped.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So like rook fe1, knight e6, and then rook f1 and a couple of moves later looks a bit suspicious, but probably that's one of the fewest ways how to protect their own king. Because now
Mm-hmm.
with the pawn on h5, like the only way to prove mm, like the essence of all play with black is to push h4, but like I'm not absolutely sure that this is the best idea for black. Like we can play even bishop b8, just
Mm-hmm.
pulling it away and showing off that there is not much threats that we have to be aware of.
Yeah.
Well, you can still emphasize the pressure of f3 pawn somehow. Maybe now we can start with f5 because knight f2 is not possible due to queen takes f3. So now we play f5, knight has to retreat somewhere, and some active move like bishop c5 or something like that. Like the only problem that our queen is like looks a little bit trapped by
Yeah.
his own pawns, but well, who knows? Rook d3 is played instead of rook f1, so he decided
Okay.
not to retreat.
Yeah, so once again, f5 is not a move to consider. Could you now directly follow it up with h4? I think that's a logical
Yeah,
move.
to the same. Maybe
I think the same line.
maybe bishop f2 is the only difference between those lines because with rook on f1 it wasn't possible due to the check, and now rook d3 after h4 creates an additional opportunity to play bishop f2. No, no, absolutely not because of knight f4. So
Yeah, so there's still a lot of threats in the position. So I guess you have to move the bishop again to square like a b8 safely. But maybe you can follow it up with g5 now to plan to play g4. I'm a bit worried about a move like rook g1 though. That weakens it weakens the pawn on g5 a lot.
No, you mean like like I can be a bit arrogant and just to let you play g4 and like start with b4 move because g4 is probably not the threat. We can play knight f2.
Oh yeah, once again, once again, the queen is
Yeah, so
trapped.
I mean, it's very tricky because
Mm-hmm.
obviously, like from the human's perspective of view, like due to normal instincts, we want to push the pawns like straightforward, but sometimes it's not the best idea because we're trapping our own queen. So it means that after bishop b8, we can include queen f5 or something like that, and then start pushing. Maybe we will be we will put our pawn to h3 like to drive the nail in the tomb, and like the king will be
Mm-hmm.
super exposed till the very end of the game.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
So rook g3, black still has a plenty of options. They can make even some pawn moves on the queen side, even there is like a bit senseless, but it's so unpleasant to play this position with white pieces, so there is no plan, no active plan.
Yeah. Yeah, white is forced to keep defending, and yeah, as long as the queen is on h3, it will be very difficult for white to start something in this position. And I think yeah, black is doing just fine. The knight on e6 is very well placed. His bishop on f8 has a lot of potential still. It's doing just fine on f8, but maybe in the long term it could support in the attack.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about talking of the time left for Richard Rapport, I'm very curious, like, what is the exact amount of time he has in his disposal? So, is it like really 1 minute 20 seconds? Could it be?
Um,
I'm very
I think
curious to
it's
check it out.
impossible. Yeah, I think it's impossible because the game started 2 hours ago, and Jan is down to 1 hour 28 minutes. So either Jan's time is incorrect or Richard's time is incorrect. But I think it's Richard's time.
Hmm. Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a good time to move on.
Yeah, let's have a look at a different game because now Jan could spend quite some time here trying to figure out how to continue. Which game would you prefer to have a look at?
I think Caruana against Radjabov was very unusual in terms of opening. Was this
Mm-hmm.
rare a6 second move?
Mm-hmm. Let's have a look.
So the current position is that. So bishop e7, rook e1, I think you've mentioned this line. That
Mm-hmm.
now black has to be aware of rook e5 threats. And he just played castle after 27 minutes of think. Still
Wow.
being a bit better on time.
Right. Yeah, this is really interesting because he spent quite some time on the move Long Castle, and Long Castle is quite an unusual move because it feels like the king is less safe on the queen side, and at the same time he's allowing the pawn on e5 to be captured.
Yeah, so let's check out the direct response that may appear on the board of rook e5. So what was
Yeah.
Teimour's idea how to proceed? So rook e5 is played indeed,
Okay.
and
I'm failing to see what is exactly possible here. It could be that he's just giving up the pawn for some activity because it was difficult to defend this pawn. And white is up a pawn that is on f5, which is not the most ideal pawn to have. So maybe he considers it not a big deal to be down this pawn.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, like in general, we have to start looking at some knight retreats to c6, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very curious whether Radjabov not blundered anything. Probably he was convinced that castle rook e5 may work for black, but then white took on e5, and it could be a very decisive moment of the game. So black
Absolutely.
has to come up with some direct response because they're pawn down and lacking the pair of bishops. And after knight c6, white may proceed like rook e3, just being still remaining the pawn up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and yeah, another move that is direct is the move bishop c5, but Duke can simply move somewhere along the third rank, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, as it seems to be. But after bishop c5, probably still black is not lacking compensation at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the pieces are pretty active, and um,
So I was,
I don't see a clear way of attacking, but definitely a lot of chances to still come back in the game.
yeah, that's true indeed. So I was curious of moves like bishop takes f6,
Hmm.
but I'm not very convinced with rook knight e5, either bishop f6. Now, if bishop f6, we can try out rook d5, maybe still keeping
Mm-hmm.
the extra pawn. But rook e3 is the move. Well, knight a4 is a very direct attempt to put our knight to b6. I think it has to be a bit more like obscure. It has to be prepared better because after knight a5, at least black can simply hide the king on b8. So I do
Mm-hmm.
expect knight c6. Knight c6 is on the board.
Okay. So yeah, rook e3. See, okay. Besides the move bishop takes f6, there's only rook e3. So but yeah, Fabiano could still take some time over here because those two moves are pretty interesting.
Hmm.
And it's a bit difficult to see which one you'd prefer to play. I have a feeling that you would want to play bishop takes f6 to have your rook more or less safe, because if you play rook e3 right away, bishop c5, and it's a bit difficult to see where this rook is safe on the third rank, because wherever you go, you will always be attacked. And rook h3 seems like the least favorable move.
Yeah, I agree absolutely. So yeah, just to in other words, bishop f6 looks safer and rook e3 looks more ambitious in order to keep the bishop pair, and it all depends on Fabiano what to choose because yeah, we know him as a very good tactical and dynamical player, and usually he opts for some like direct plays. And bishop f6 played almost instantly, so he was a
Okay.
like bishop c5 probably was bothering him, and he decided to get rid of the knight and put the rook on d5. Like bishop f6 has to be played. Like now, white has knight d5 move, but it's more or less senseless because king b8 is a more or less program move. So I do expect rook d5 there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe white is a little bit better, but it's not a big chance to win the game because according to the difference of the bishops.
Yeah, exactly. There's but the opposite color bishops, the positions could still get very interesting.
Yeah, especially with the queens on board.
Mm-hmm.
Because without the queens, they tend to be more or less drawish. Like if there is not a wide margin in terms of material. And after bishop f6, rook d5, still with the queens on board, was a little bit exposed king on c8. Bishop f6 east plate. Now rook d5 is like the most logical option because rook e3
Mm-hmm.
may fall into a variety of responses like bishop d4 or knight e5. There is a lot of moves to be aware of. Bishop d5 is simpler. Sorry, rook d5 is simpler.
Yeah, very logical move. Yeah, I think this 95 line could also be very interesting because maybe if you are able to take on f6, it could get interesting. So after oh, the rook d5 has
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
been played. Okay.
Yeah, obviously I also considered knight d5 and like I wasn't like absolutely sure that it's stanceless. So knight d5 was an option.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d5 is played instead. Like both players made pretty much all logical moves. Like obviously in such case the game should end up in a draw, but white has a pawn up, and it's getting even more interesting than in the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, I think for now this pawn is not doesn't mean so much because you're not able to gain an advantage because of this. But I think in the end game it will be much more clear as you'll be able to push the pawns on the king side, and then you'll actually able to make use of this advantage of being a pawn up.
Yeah, fair point. So the pros for an extra double pawn is that sometimes it can be very crucial for covering some central squares. It's like, especially in this position where with f5 pawn we're covering e6 square, and like putting another pawn to f4 will mean that we've covered like very important squares on e6 and e5. So the goal for double pawn, its aim can be restricting opponent's pieces as well.
Mm-hmm.
So queen e7 is played. Well, yeah, nothing to add, just a very logical response.
Yeah, and this is actually threatening knight b4 because if the rooks will be traded on the d file, then white will have a problem with the bishop on d3. So knight b4 is definitely a threat now. But of course, white can first decide to take on d8 or play something completely different like queen b3 and not allow this to happen.
Yeah, without a doubt, white has to get rid of the threat of knight b4. You've pointed out it brilliantly. So, yep, I think your suggestion to take on d8 is not senseless at all. Rook takes d8, but
Mm-hmm.
then it's a little issue where we put our queen because all the time
Yeah.
like some annoying knight e5, knight d4 jumps are quite unpleasant.
Yeah, you could play Queen f1, but that's not a very
Yeah, it's like we're crawling to f1. It's
yeah.
a bit slow. Yeah, well, still
Mm-hmm.
the position remains very, very. I think like I I consider this position to be double-edged because after Queen f1, Black can take on c3, trying to create an additional weakness on the c file, and then play Queen e5. And for me, it's not clear at all. I mean, I would rather pick Black in some kind of positions like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Black seems more active over there. So I completely understand. Maybe taking on d5 is taking on d8
Bit premature.
immediately is a bit premature. But yeah, how do you deal with the threat of knight b4 otherwise? Maybe you can simply move the bishop to, for example, c4.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have a strong force on the d file. But okay, it's still very simple to play for black, and black. I wouldn't say black is in trouble over here.
Yeah, I think you can still implement the same idea with capturing the knight and playing queen e4. It's very double-edged. Maybe computer will say that there is something forced for white, keeping the extra pawn a little advantage, but I'm not, well, I'm puzzled how to proceed there with white pieces, so I would rather pick black, you know? I do like their position.
Yeah, yeah. There is much more potential here for black, and despite white being up a pawn, it's difficult to see how to make progress from here on. White would really want to trade the pieces as much as possible, but you will have to keep in mind that your position is not that clear cut, especially with the bishop on d3 and the queen on d1.
Yeah, so the tension on the d file is obviously not in white's favor. Yeah, so after queen e7, it's a very crucial point of the game where Fabiano has to solve out the d file issue and get rid of the pin somehow. Well, he can probably start with some queen move, like queen b4, sorry, queen b3, because I saw that after bishop c3 we have nice intermediate rook takes d8, and then we take with the queen, probably
Mm-hmm.
having a little but pleasant edge. And after queen b3, well, yeah, it's not that clear. Like queen d3 probably is a good opportunity for white to progress with. Or
Yeah, exactly.
well, what else have we've got for today? We've got Duda against Nakamura and Din against Alireza.
Yeah, let's have a look at Duda against Nakamura. It's been a while since we've looked at the game, and I'm curious to see how the game progressed because the position was quite interesting where we left off.
Hmm.
Okay, so the rook got to e4 after all.
Yeah, but for the cost of the dark square bishop trait. So it still
Mm-hmm.
remains very double-edged, and it's all about this rook f takes f4 issues. So if white will be able to get the rooks off the board, they will be clearly better with the strong connection of queen and knight against queen and the bishop. That's what white is aiming for. And in terms of logics, rook e1 would be a great move, but I'm not very sure that it's valid because of queen takes d4 or rook takes d4 even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's not so clear. Um, It's interesting because black has control of the e file,
Hmm.
but has a terrible bishop on c6, and white has this beautiful knight on f4 that could potentially even maneuver to e5 at some point. So yeah, very interesting dynamic, and I feel like because of this knight, white has more potential in this position, but it is difficult to see how white could progress because the rooks are very active and they definitely make it very difficult for white to make progress.
Yeah, without a question. And
Mhm.
obviously, white is the side who's trying to get rid of the rooks, so black will not allow it easily. So there might be some price to pay for the trade of rooks. And if we try to get rid of the rook on e4 playing rook d3, because if we play f3 immediately, then we fall into rook e3 double attack. Still, I mean, it's not like that clear because we have rook d3. But then somehow I feel white is overloaded with all pins. Even rook e3 is possible.
Mm-hmm.
Very provocative move. If king f2 probably loses by force after rook d3 and then queen b2.
Yeah.
Like I don't believe
Yeah,
there
that
might be
is
a
pretty.
perpetual. I think it's lost.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating for white. So white needs to be really careful indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
if our opponent wouldn't be hanging on d4, mm, I would assume that rook e1 would be played by Duda, but then d4 is the weakness. I don't know, maybe we can try to get rid of the queen on b6 somehow, starting with b4
Mm.
and then queen c5.
Mm-hmm. It looks like a sensible idea. And as long as the rooks cannot infiltrate, you have some time still. Because, for example, I mean, you can't even move the bishop from c6, so.
You mean to b5 or?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just dropping the pawn on d5.
Yeah, positional wise, it's a very like common idea in that type of structures because mm, literally speaking, bishop on c6 is an idiot, and we have to get rid of the. So we need to activate it somehow. Like bishop b5, from the practical point of view, is a very possible move, and white has to, well, not go all in, but to be consistent and take on d5. Otherwise, the bishop will move to c4, and then it's an absolutely different case. So knight d5 is, as you said, is also probably one of the few sensible moves in the position, to say the least. Knight d5, and then we just go queen d6 probably.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can still follow it up with queen c5, but even the endgame maybe is not that terrible for black.
Yeah, that looks decent still. This bishop is at least out of this terrible situation. So yeah, with the light squares being weakened around in white's position, I feel like this bishop could have a lot of potential.
Yeah, it's like if d takes c5, maybe b takes c5 also has a valid point. We can play bishop e2, and I think unless there is knight c3, if white move the rook to d2, then we can play bishop e3, creating some potential mating threats. And it can
Right.
easily get out of the control. No, pardon me, there is knight f6. So rook d2
Yeah, I
is
guess
killed from.
some king g7 should be played first. But yeah, the idea is
Yeah, but
clear.
then still, like, it remains very, very annoying. So bishop b5, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
probably is an alternative after b4. B4 is played.
Okay, you guessed the move.
Well, I can't say I'm very happy about it, but it just proves the essence of the position, that first we have to get rid of the queen that attacks the pawn on d4, and then, but like bishop b5 is I mean, obviously I would consider it during the game, but now I became less convinced that this move is possible. Like right there, knight d5 and knight queen c5 is very strong inclusion. And if
Mm-hmm.
not queen d6, I think there is no good place for queen to go, because if queen e6, we allow knight c7 fork. If queen a6, still knight c7. If queen, well, yeah, if queen d8, still the same idea with knight c6. So knight d5 maybe has to be prepared first.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can
We actually
try this.
Mhm. Oh, that's interesting. No need to sacrifice the pawn for d5 for this.
Yeah, no, no, there is no need, and I'm trying to be sneaky with a4, queen c4. So let's say if we trade the rooks, black has to be fine, to say the least. Yeah, I think they have to be fine. And if you
Yeah.
still hesitate to trade the rooks with queen b2, we can try out some tactical blows like bishop a4, rook a4, there is rook e1, and the things can get very, very messy on the board. So white still has to be
Mm-hmm.
careful of some tactical blows. So I think queen b5 is a very, very possible move there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We have a question in the chat. What about the knight maneuvering to e5 through h3, g5, f3, and then e5? Is that sensible? Is it a bit too slow?
Wow, that's interesting indeed. So honestly, I didn't see that kind of that particular maneuver because I've only been mm, like calculating 93, 95 at all the time and run into queen takes d4. So knight h3 is a valid
Mm-hmm.
point. Yeah, it's a little bit slow at the first glance, but it all depends whether is black on time to create a sufficient counterplay uh, in the center. So after,
Mm-hmm.
instead of b4, maybe knight h3 could be the move. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what was Duda afraid of. Like, I think he been considering this particular move.
Maybe rook e2. Since the knight has left, you can play rook e2, and now there's a direct threat attacking on b2.
Yeah, surely rook e2 has to be considered. And if
Mm-hmm.
b2, b4, I'm trying to. Well, like at least we can try out this bishop b5 and bishop c4. Or
Right.
queen b5, queen c4. Yeah, that's, I think, like knight is placed almost perfectly on f4. I think we should agree on that. And
Mm-hmm.
there's more pieces we need to improve. And so we need to get rid of the queen on b6. So b4 suits, I mean, the logic, the essence of the position. So b4, and personally, I would expect queen a6 or queen b5. Maybe queen b5 is a bit more precise.
Yeah, I agree with you.
We can try out rook c1, but still queen c4 is possible due to the fact that after d takes c4, rook c4 will be a crucial mistake according to rook e1 and mate on the first rank. So you can include d4, d5, and then that pawn can became very dangerous, but not exactly there because of bishop a4. We are getting rid of the rook on d1, and then if rook d2, we have rook e1 comes with c3, c2 directly. It can become very, very dangerous for white. So
Absolutely. Um yeah, so yeah, no new move yet. Hikaru is spending his time, but I think he has plenty of time still. They're on move 23, so yeah, they still have 70 moves till the first time control at 40 moves. So it's not a lot of time you have for each move, but it should be enough.
yeah, the position is undefined yet, but whether it gets defined, he will pretty much blitz out all the plan. So I
Mm-hmm.
think like this is the seemingly crucial moment of the middle game, and he has to solve out the issue of the bishop on c6 and like a bit passive queen on b6. So queen b5 is a very possible way to proceed with black. And I'm very curious if Rapport is in time to make all 40 moves before the time control. So I mean, disrupting the order of the games we've been following, I think
Mm-hmm.
it's not senseless to uh, take a look at r- take a look at Rapport game against Jan Nepomnyashchy once again.
Yeah, let's have a look. The game is really interesting, and I think it's really far ahead into the game already. So yeah, this could there could be a result any moment still.
Hmm.
So let's see. It's move. Um, let's have a look. Which move is it exactly? Move third. Is it? Are we in the 30th move?
I think it's like move 33.
Okay. Okay, so 7 moves still. It's not a big deal.
Knight e4, f takes e4, is played.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, queen f2. And it's like it's quite annoying for white because they cannot get rid of the queen on f2 because rook 1 e2 is not a move at all. So I
Yeah.
leave the continuation for you to find. Rook 3 e2 is mm, like not possible as well because of queen f3 and queen a3. So queen f2 is a very active move, and it is so annoying for white being having such a shortage of time playing that position. Yeah, it's a literally it's a little torture for white to make all the moves.
Yeah, and the next move of black is h3 because the rook is not able to capture this pawn, and because of the rook on e1 is hanging, and you're simply threatening to give a checkmate on a g2, so that's a big problem for white. And I guess one of the ways to stop this is by playing h3 themselves, but it does weaken the king even
Hmm.
more.
Yeah, that's a brilliant idea with h3, and as you mentioned, h3. Like in my point of view, h3 is one of the fewest moves in the position because h3 is a direct threat. So h3 has to be played, otherwise white is simply lost. And then we need to activate our bishop somehow.
Yeah, because it seems like for now rook 1 e2 is possible. It's not checkmate directly, but okay. It's if you don't have to play that move, that will be much better.
Mhm.
Um, perhaps I'm not sure if yeah maybe a5 would be too much to play. Okay, but the pawn a3 is protected, so that's probably not a move to consider just yet. But you have to keep an eye on that move whenever that's possible to
Well, you
play.
know, a5 is not senseless at all because if you take on a5, then the bishop activates.
Ah, that helps a lot.
Yeah, yeah. So, like intuitively, you've got a very valid idea.
Yeah, the idea
It was
was
getting it
not
correct.
entirely correct, but yeah, bishop c5 is indeed very helpful, and it will be very difficult for white to defend this because the bishop and the queen will work so well together. The bishop will cover the dark squares, and the queen will cover the light squares. So it's clear that black has a huge advantage here.
Hmm. Yeah, agreed. Totally agreed. So, but still, I think h3 is one of the fewest considerable options for white. Otherwise, I don't know how to resist against h3 threat. Like the rooks, mm, the rooks look so shaky. Like rook 1 e2 is not possible at all. Rook 3 e2 falls into queen f3 check, taking the pawn on a3, and I don't see another way to protect from h4 h3 threat.
Yeah, absolutely. And Richard is taking his time here, which makes a lot of sense because his position is not the greatest. I'm not sure if the time is still correct that he has 1 minute left, but yeah, this is definitely a very tough position for him.
Let's take a look how it how it all came out. After
Mm-hmm.
b4, h4 was played,
Okay.
mm, despite the knight bishop h4. Like I was puzzled what would be after bishop h4, like how Black proceed, probably still knight f4, rook d2.
Right, and if rook d2, you play queen h5 instead of queen h3. So here you play queen h5 and you attack the bishop and the pawn on f3.
Wow, you're right. Well, today you're much better in calculation than me, I assume.
Just a little bit. It's you see much more still than me, but yeah, it's probably why Rapport did not take on h4.
He opted for bishop b8, then knight g5 was played. So finally, Nepomnyashchy decided to trade the knights and weaken the center. Rook e3. The knight was untouchable because of queen takes d3 after knight g5. So rook d3 is more or less sensible option, and then queen f2. And yeah, I'm super curious what would be Richard's response, because if not h2, h3, I think white is lost.
Yeah, I agree. um, yeah, it's incredible to see how the two rooks are, even though they are pretty much connected and together, they're still not able to defend the position. And it's those tiny details that of black with the pawn on h4 and the bishop that is able to enter the position. It's those tiny details that matter in the end.
Yeah, that's actually the truth. And yeah, once again, just to mention that bishop a7 is not possible due to h3. You know, we still probably have rook g1. No, h3 is played indeed. So
Okay.
that's a very safer option for white than probably aiming to play bishop g1, bishop g2. That could be the idea, instead of capturing the pawn on a7. And so
Yeah, that's a nice maneuver.
we expect a7, a5, which looks a bit extraordinary but probably works. And other way to activate the bishop from f8. So it can easily be bishop e7, bishop g5, or g6, bishop h6.
Yeah, but it feels like it's very slow. It's not really
Bishop e7 is played.
Okay.
So otherwise, it's not that clear how black will progress, because we don't have even a
Yeah.
perpetual there. And bishop e7 is keeping the tension, activating the bishop, a very natural approach to develop the game.
Yeah, it seems a bit more difficult to bring the bishop into the game. I mean, you can get your bishop to g5, but I'm feeling to see how the bishop could join the attack, because you cannot. I mean, you can put the bishop on f4, but that will be a trade, and it might be a bit difficult to convert this easily if the bishops are traded. I feel like this bishop could support black a lot.
And I mean, tactically, it's not that clear how to respond after bishop e7, because bishop g5 is the threat. Because at least if we make a check on f3, one of the pawns on the third rank will fall. And yeah, I'm very puzzled. Bishop e7 is a very annoying move.
It is.
Well, one of my ideas was to take on a7, and after bishop g5, I thought I can play like cold-blooded e4, e5, but then it will probably lead to even more like a cooldown like bishop f4 is.
Yeah, this is starting checkmate, and I have a feeling after, if this would happen, the game would end in a few moves.
Fair point. Bishop e7 is a great move, and Richard is in a big trouble. Yeah, I think in that kind of position, from the practical point of view, only Miracle can save White, because Black's play seems so obvious and the threats seem so natural, and White has to respond mm, with some extraordinary move in order to keep to keep the game being active.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very difficult to see. I mean, Bishop G5 is a direct threat, and it's really difficult to avoid this or deal with this properly. So, yeah, it's not looking great for Richard.
Yeah, mm, without a doubt. So, yeah, let's pay some attention on, I think, Ding game against Alireza
Mm-hmm.
and Duda against Nakamura. We can start with Duda against Nakamura because I suppose there might be some attack on the king side for Duda as a typical plan, and that kind of Nimzo Indian. So,
Mm-hmm.
I know, pardon me, so we've just we had a look on it briefly. So b4,
Yeah.
bishop a4, the other way to activate the bishop. The more and more logical indeed, because their black is attacking the rook. Rook d2. Yeah, so rook e1 is like rather senseless because white can simply take and play some king move like king h2, and black cannot really invade on the first rank because of knight d3 and some unpleasant
Mm-hmm.
checks on the 8th rank. So queen c6 was played, and now let's do that to think. Probably it's still easier
Yeah.
to play with white, in my point of view.
Yeah, exactly. This bishop is really annoying on a4, but it doesn't have much more purpose there than just being annoying, and it's not able to do much there. Perhaps the move that black could consider in the next few moves is like a5
Mhm.
to try to eliminate this pawn structure on the queen side, but once again, it's much easier for white to play here. And white could maybe consider at some point starting an attack on the king side.
Yeah, you're right. So we can try out queen c5 probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, so I'm still curious if black need to trade the pair of rooks on the first rank. Maybe they can somehow maintain the pressure. And you know, b6 doesn't look that odd, because after queen c6, I think it's very important to include rook e1 check, swap the pair of rooks, and then play bishop c6. And well, I think it's not that risky for black. I think queen c5 can be
Yeah,
played. Very logical. Mm,
absolutely. Yeah, and the queen doesn't really have better places. I mean, you can go queen f3, but it doesn't really do much there, and it feels very passive over there. So I do like the move queen c5.
yeah, you're right. And just a little tactical issue after rook c1 that you have to all the time you have to be aware of this tactical motives with rook e1, and rook c1 is not working at all because after rook e1, yeah, we can take with e1 on e1 with a check, so rook e1 is just killing it once. And by all means, queen c5 is one of the fewest considerable moves in the position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, it can be a little turnaround in terms of evaluation. Probably black is just super fine there.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think both sides have still something to play for, and this could go anywhere still.
Yeah, correct. It's very double-edged indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think we've been lacking attention on Ding against Firouzja.
Yeah, let's have a look at that game, how the game progressed, and let's see who has a better position.
Mhm. Wow, we've got a lot of changes.
Okay.
So finally, I mean, it looks a bit controversial playing b3 after rook c1, but maybe there has been no other way how to progress. So b3,
Mm-hmm.
pawn takes, like knight a5 still is the threat for white to eliminate the strong bishop pair. Knight a4 is played indeed, and then I think it's a very important moment to mention that in while your opponent is trying to receive the pair of bishops, it's very important to mm, like pay attention on that sort of moves because otherwise, without his colleague on c5, this f5 bishop would be a very useless piece because white will just move
Mm-hmm.
out the knight to e3, play f3, and restrict it like mm, like anyhow. So bishop e4 is
Mm-hmm.
a very useful move because now there is no bishop pair for white. Bishop c3, bishop g2, king g2, d5. Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, I like the move d5. Obviously, you're taking control of the center, and if c takes c5, you can recapture with the knight, and I like black's position there.
Yeah, obviously after c takes d5, black takes with the knight, having a slightly better pawn structure and even better pieces in my point of view.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it means that white has to keep the tension, but it's not clear how they will do it.
Mm-hmm.
So they can try out taking on c5 at once, queen takes, and probably some knight move, because like our main plan is to put the knight on f5 and create some mating threats. But
Yeah.
it's far from clear how white will manage to do so.
Yeah, indeed. This bishop on c3 is pretty well placed, and it could be really annoying for black because this diagonal is really well controlled by the bishop, and the queen could perhaps support this. And indeed, as you mentioned, the knight could also support by going to f5. So, um, yeah, there's a lot of potential for white in this position as well.
Yeah, and up to now we have a lot of like real games, and Rapport again, Nepomnyashchy. Rapport was approaching to the time control, being very,
Yeah.
very short in time. And I think we can move back to Rapport against Nepomnyashchy because seemingly the remaining moves before move 40 would be very, very interesting for the spectators. It may change a lot.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what happened. Okay, so the bishop moved all the way to g1 as
Mhm.
you suggested, and after bishop g5, the queen moved to d2, and now queen d3, and both pawns h3 and a3 under attack, and c4.
Yeah, fair point. So I think undoubtedly white has to protect the h3 pawn, otherwise they would be just collapsed. Uh, king g2 or king g2 has to be played, but then still queen g3. So it means bishop e3 is the only valid move. Otherwise we just capture on h3.
Mm-hmm.
And then after bishop e3, we have plenty of moves. We can start with queen e4 and then decide what to do with the pawn structure. So we can then take the bishop on e3, play queen c4. Yeah, bishop e3 is played. and it
Okay.
seems to me that white is losing. I mean, there is no way how they can be holding.
Yeah, it's not so clear. You could even consider moving the bishop to, for example, f6 and try to place it on e5, and you're still attacking 3 pawns, and you could use the bishop on e5. So
Fair point. And Nepomnyashchy
yeah,
just
there's a
played
lot of.
bishop f6, and Rapport is
Oh,
so low on time, and I'm very curious. It's move 40 for white, and he has to speed up a little. But
yeah. So one more move.
his position is just
One more move.
awful.
Mm-hmm.
But this is, I mean, this is a very clear demonstration how you have to play against Richard Rapport, being a very, very clever in terms of creating his own ideas player, but being very stubborn, sometimes in a bad sense of the word, was playing for the victory because he declined uh, the repetition twice. He refused twice,
Mm-hmm.
and for what reason? So I think he would be much happier saving this game instead of having what does he have uh, like uh, like at the moment. So after bishop f6, white has simply collapsed. So mm, there is no way how to protect all the weaknesses. It's clearly winning position for black.
Absolutely, and it's crazy to see that Richard denied the repetition, denied to go for a draw, and now he's in a losing position, and this will this will hurt him a lot psychologically because he had the draw in his hands and he was opting for more, but he is paying the price for it now.
Yeah, that's probably the lack of experience in such events. So if it is a draw and if you decline the draw, it only harms your position, then there is no need to to decline. Just shake your hands and go for the rest. And well, I think it's like 7 remaining games would be a very mm, pretty much big distance till the very end of the tournament. But now he like with his own hands he just helps out Nepomnyashchy to be sole leader with 6 points up, sorry, 5.5 points out of 7. Yeah, which is like literally marvelous. So after bishop f6,
Mm-hmm.
Nepomnyashchy is, yeah, he's just closing it out.
Yeah, it's a really impressive performance, and it goes to show how experience matters so much. And the way that Nepomnyashchy is playing in this tournament is simply outstanding. So, yeah, it's a great first half for him so far.
Hmm. Indeed. Yeah, I think after bishop a7, what was move 40? And Nepomnyashchy having like 1 hour in clock, like even after move 40, he's not completing the 40th move. He's even now he has even more time than he had before the game. So
Wow.
yeah, that's a level of confidence. I mean, this guy never
Absolutely.
hesitates against any opponent, like even against Richard Rapport. No matter how scary he is, after king g1, he can bite, have a bite on a3, and well, b5 looks very tempting, but as well fall it may fall to c5, and now like the bishop is totally it just cut off, and then bishop d4 is the threat. I think the position is lost. No, pardon me. Once again, I'm talking nonsense. After b5, we can take the bishop with a check. Yeah, sometimes you need to adjust me because like I'm talking too much nonsense today.
No
I'm
worries at
not.
all. We all make mistakes, but no, it's definitely a very difficult position for white, and yeah, even if you save the bishop, you will not save the position because the pawns on the king side will move forward, and it will be very difficult for white to stop them.
Yeah, indeed. So like the easiest setup for black, let's say after if white plays king h1. Yeah, and they do play king h1, I think. No, not yet. If king h1, black has a very clear plan of putting the bishop on e5, then playing h3 and making a check on f3, and then after king g1 will play h2, and white will be forced to give up the exchange. Besides, black has queen a3, which is a valid option for at any moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is the current position on the board. So yeah, I'm expecting a move very soon because obviously rook g2 is not a move to consider. The rook on e1 will be hanging, and king f1 seems very deadly as well. You can simply push the pawn right away.
Yeah, that's true indeed. Yeah, king h1 has to be played. No way. Mm. All right. So I think in this game the everything was pretty much decided yet. So we can move on to I think Caruana game against Teimour Radjabov.
Mm-hmm. Let's do that. Let's see how this game progressed.
Yeah, we've drawn a lot of arrows, but once again you've predicted it correctly. So bishop c4 was played. King b8.
Okay.
Like I think your level of prediction today is like more or less 80-85%. Not to be like very much precise, but like every 4 out of 5 you predict correctly. So you,
I'll take that.
yeah,
I'll take that. That makes me very happy.
yeah. I mean, maybe it will motivate you somehow to be even more ambitious at chess because today you're just showing off your level, your good level of understanding. Bishop c4,
Thank you.
king b8, queen d3. Well, a possible setup. Queen b4, bishop b3.
Mm-hmm.
So somehow white managed to solidify the pieces in the center. That's what I liked from Caruana. Knight d4. So
Okay.
yeah, knight b3 is probably threatening.
Mm-hmm.
Queen c4 is played, and white is asking black for an endgame. So
Yeah, and I think black wouldn't be too unhappy with that because if you now retreat with the queen, I think yeah, you allow white to be very active. So I think a queen trade would make a lot of sense to accept it.
mhm.
And the king on b8 is not the safest either. It's pretty exposed, so I think black will be happy to go for this trade.
Yeah, probably. And then after bishop c4, I'm curious whether rook d5 is possible because white can take both with knight and bishop. And I would rather take with knight for some reason. I can't even explain why. Because at least like if knight f5, we're pawn up. Because we take on f7 in the very end. Queen c4 is a very good
Mm-hmm.
decision by Caruana. I think white is better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, white is still a pawn up, and the more white trades pieces, the more powerful this pawn on f5 can become, as you'll be able to push the pawns on the king side once again.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. So after queen c4, there is not a lot of moves to make. Queen b6, I wouldn't really consider. It looks a bit awkward. If queen e7, well, probably white can simply emphasize the pressure on d-file playing rook d1.
Mm-hmm.
So objectively speaking, queen c4 is pretty much forced.
Yeah.
Well, there is also another move, a very tricky move, rook knight c2, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh wow.
But you can simply take knight b4, so it's beautiful but absolutely senseless because we take the f7 in the end. But well, hang on, there is rook g2, still some activity.
Okay. Yeah, it could still get very interesting. This is a very creative move. I like it.
Yeah, we can like check out mm, briefly if it is a possible move if I'm not making a blunder at once.
Seems like tactically it works. And I think positionally it's also pretty wise that you give white the option to take to trade the queens off the board, because I think the knight on b4 does a pretty good job, and now this bishop on f6 will also be very active on the diagonal. So I like this idea.
Well, probably it has some sense, but I'm a bit puzzled with rook a d1. It's like it looks like we are lacking of useful moves over there. So bishop
Mhm.
queen c4, bishop c4, knight b4, kind of forcing white to trade, but they would not really. This is not they would be hesitate of. So just being a
Yeah.
pair of pawns up, that's not the
Mm-hmm.
solution for black. So queen c4. I don't know what the computer said, but somehow in terms of activity, in terms of active play, it's it just simply turned around. So now white is the side who became more active. Queen c4 just to um, like secures the position, just maintain the pressure, and in the end game, that's what we've mentioned. The if we have opposite colored bishops, a lot of positions tend to be drawish. And after bishop
Mm-hmm.
c4, yeah, black has to come up with some precise decision. I think they had to be more or less fine, maybe slightly worse, but with bishop on f8, with good king on b8, with some first rank, back rank issues that are not solved yet for white. Black has to be super fine.
Absolutely. And by the way, we see that Jan Nepomnyashchy has won his game. Richard has resigned finally. And that brings Jan Nepomnyashchy on a score of 5.5 out of 7.
Yeah, I mean, that's insane. It's like Caruana yesterday was his, sorry, a couple of days ago was his victory against Firouzja, seemingly was chasing Jan and having whites with Radjabov. I thought like Jan will manage to only make a draw with black pieces, and Caruana probably will try to stand the chance to win his game against Radjabov, but Jan s solved out his task quite early. I mean, like they only played. He finished the game in just in 3 hours. That's insane on such
That's
high level.
insane, and he barely spent time. I mean, he spent an hour in total for his on his clock, and he barely spent energy. I mean, he was very convincing from the start. He had a lot of confidence, and he had a great preparation.
Yeah, without a question. So, and I think we have to point out it's quite funny that in the end, I suppose Jan had even more time than in the very beginning. So he won a game in the increment mode, the classical game. That's insane against 2770
Wow.
player.
Absolutely, and especially in a tournament like the candidates. I mean, out of all tournaments, this is one of the most serious tournaments. Obviously, all open tournaments are, or all other events are also very serious, but here there are even higher stakes since the winner is facing playing in the World Championship and hopefully facing Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. So I think we all do expect Carlsen playing his match for to keep the crown.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I think nobody wants to become a world champion without playing a match to win the title. I mean, I think in the eyes of like people of the audience of chess fans, you are not a crown champion. Uh, mm, you're somebody who's being like accidentally, uh, like who won the title by accident.
Exactly. So, yeah, we really do hope to see Magnus defend his title and see him face the winner of this tournament.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're currently looking at the game of Fabiano against Radjabov. Let's see. So they did trade off the queens off the board after all.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of the rooks also being traded, we see rook c8 now. And this is attacking the bishop on c4. And I feel like this is giving... I mean, obviously, white is still doing much better, but I wouldn't say black is in trouble at the moment. I mean, the rook on d5 is tied down to defending the pawn on f5 because the knight is attacking it. And it's not so clear how white can progress in this situation, despite being a pawn up.
Yeah, very valid point. So after rook c8, it turns out that bishop d3 is one of the fewest moves to make.
Mm-hmm.
Like bishop f1 is the move, but well, somehow I saw that we have to keep an eye on our f5 pawn just additionally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, it's a bit difficult to analyze that sort of position because white has a variety of moves with the bishop, and like undoubtedly white is slightly pushing due to the fact that they're pawn up, but black has a very decent counterplay, and in case of like the both pairs of rooks and the knights gone off the board, it would be a dead draw with opposite color bishops.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Rajaba has definitely some chances to equalize this. And yeah, we have yet to see how Fabiano is able to create some chances for himself. But I I don't doubt Fabiano, but I do doubt that in this position that it's
Like
going to
yeah,
happen.
like the potential is pretty much wasted. Like
Mm-hmm.
it tends to be a draw rather than a really a good chance for Fabiano to win the game. But I'm convinced he will try out every opportunity if Radjabov will allow him to do. So bishop d3 was
Mm-hmm.
played by Fabiano. Yeah, I expect it to be a very long game because
Mm-hmm.
Caruana looking at Rapport result against Nepomnyashchy could I mean could get mad. I mean on every participant who loses against Jan because he loses in a very I would rather say disrespectful way. I mean like Nepomnyashchy checkmated Ding in round one, then Nepomnyashchy
Mm-hmm.
I think he won. He checkmated Alireza. He checkmated Duda. So all of the games were finished with the queen, Nepomnyashchy's queen on board. So if you try to get the positive result against Nepomnyashchy, you obviously the first thing that you have to do is just to swap uh, the queens of the board and play some kind of an endgame because like he's ruthless with queens on board, and I mean that's just statistics. That's what it say that he won all the games with queens on board.
Yeah, that's actually kind of funny to see that pattern, and yeah, it only goes to show that researchers really have taken the draw. I mean, obviously, it's really easy to say that afterwards because the result could have gone either way, but because of the fact that he did not accept this draw, he had to prove something, and he was not able to. And knowing that the queen would be alive on the board of Nepomnyashchy. He He should have taken that into account with
Yeah,
the decision to whether to go for the draw or not.
yeah, that's totally correct. Well, we've got one result. Nepomnyashchy winning with black pieces. That's a very mm, well, I can't recall even a single performance in Kennedy's tournament like that. Like playing in the first 7 games, having +4, playing 4 blacks. That's huge. That's huge indeed.
Yeah, and it's really outstanding. And typically, like you see a lot of draws here and there, and it does happen. But for Jan Nepomnyashchy, he is on a huge streak with 4 wins in total of 7 rounds. And yeah, you rarely see so many victories in one tournament, and especially the candidates. Really big props to Jan Nepomnyashchy.
Yeah, yeah. So now after his victory against Rapport, he has more victories than all players in the tournament in total. Yeah, that's outstanding indeed. So kudos to Young.
Yeah, and yeah, it goes to show that he's way ahead of the rest, especially in this tournament. And yeah, he is really, yeah, he's really on the doing well. And I'm curious to see how he will do in the second half of the tournament because he might even be able to afford to play very safely in the next few rounds and go for some draws here and
You
there.
know, it becomes very interesting from the psychological point of view because if you like, I know like it's a very some kind of a very famous proverb when you have like a bird in your hands. When you almost have a bird in your hands, like you just keep it like safely. But if you try to keep it so safely, then sometimes if you face some kind of difficult decision between like playing a double-edged position or playing a safer one, but probably slightly worse, if you make some kind of little inaccuracies, allowing your opponent to emphasize the pressure to make his position better, it can pay off with the from the negative side. So I think he has to maintain the same level of confidence. He has to maintain the same level of well, this just maintain the same approach to the game. So he's playing like his firm chess, just checkmating his opponents. And when he, I mean, like just starting play safely doesn't really suit his style. So I would be really worried of his result, whether he starts playing in a safer way. So this is the kind of a player like Firouzja, like Richard Rapport himself. He has to be as he is. I mean, a very a vivid attacking player. So that's my point of view.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And yeah, it's really interesting. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how Jan will perform in the next half of this tournament, as he has played already 7 rounds, and there's still 3 games going on today. So still a lot of action happening today.
Yeah. And well, yeah, 3 games remaining. Nepomnyashchy winning with black pieces against Rapport. I barely recall his last defeat. I mean, Rapport's last defeat with white pieces because he's kind of a player that usually loses with black due to the unavailability of creating some extraordinary stuff on the board. And you sometimes, if you push too much with black, you get punished quickly. But with white pieces, it's a very rare occasion for Robert, and I'm very like surprised. But well, Nepomnyashchy proves
Hmm.
to be the better prepared player for this tournament up to now. But 7 more rounds to go, and still 3 games to go in this particular round. And I think it's a very nice time to have some coffee or tea break, dependent on your personal taste. I would rather pick tea. So it's up to
I'm
you
also
guys.
a big tea fan. Yeah, maybe not for this weather. It's really warm over here, but I'll take a cold drink.
Yeah, but just to add, I think I've been told by some uh, Arabian guys that's in the hot during the like s- I don't know what it means summer in Arabic, but because probably it's like plus 70 or plus 80, maybe like a sauna weather. But
Mm-hmm.
like maybe it's better to drink some hot drinks to maintain the same level of like not the heat, but the temperature inside your body. So I
Mm-hmm.
think,
That's very true. I also heard about this once.
yeah, maybe it's a good point. Well, so I hope you guys get having a good, and you, Anna-Maja, as well, good tea or coffee break, and we will be back shortly, just in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
See you in a bit.
Here we go again. After a short break, with one game being decided already, Nepomnyashchy winning against Rapport in a very convincing way. Still, we got 3 games left, and Fabiano kind of solidified and kept his advantage alive, being a pawn up in the very interesting endgame against Teimour Radjabov. After move 26, that this is the position on the board.
Okay, so that's interesting. They are quite far off from move 40 still, and they're both around 10 minutes on the clock. So that's a really interesting situation. And it feels like white in this position is dominating. The rooks are on the d file, controlling the d file very well. The bishop is blocking the rook on e7, and the knight on c3 is also it's normally plays, and it has potential to go to b6 via a4. And I don't see really much play for black, and it's specifically because of this pawn on f5. It's controlling the square e6 and g6, and it limits black a lot in this situation. So I would definitely pick white in this situation.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And in this particular position, bishop takes e3 would rather look very desperate attempt to equalize because black is giving up the bishop, which kind of looks strong on f6. So actually players having the very symmetrical positions, but white has an extra pawn on f5, which can potentially pay off in some sort of an endgame. And no doubts white will push till the very end of the game. And I'm very curious because 26 moves, only 26 moves were made according to the time of players disposal. Radjabov having 7 minutes, he's down by 7 minutes, and Caruana having 11 minutes left. And I wonder players will start blitzing out the moves till the stage 2 begins.
Yeah, that could be that could be very interesting because I mean, obviously, that's when the small mistakes could make a very big difference, and it's very simple to it's very easy to make a mistake, and in time trouble, those mistakes happen even more easier. So yeah, I'm curious to see how the players will deal with the time situation because it seems like for now they have to play each move in less than a minute. So that's not a lot of time for each
Yeah,
move.
indeed. And obviously for all of us it would be even more entertaining. So after king f2, 14 moves to go till the for the stage 2. And well, talking about chess itself, it's not that clear how black will proceed in this position. So they've been slightly, but s- well, obviously they are worse. What I don't know, like how much they are. Probably they can try out some knight e5 jumps. Because once again, I
Hmm.
just want to mention because bishop c3, in my opinion, is not a good option. Unless there is king c7 solidifying and keeping knight on d7 square. Because if knight e5, black also has to be aware of some attempts like f6, g takes f6, and rook d8 was a clear idea of destructing mm, the pawn structure on the king side. So,
Right.
like while we play f6, I think we have a very clear plan. Kind of take the control over the king side and take the bishop, the pawn on h6. But rook c7 is played. I mean, which was more or less a similar idea, preventing from rook d7 invasion.
Hmm. Yeah, it's difficult to see how white could infiltrate in a position. I mean, the pieces are placed really well, and now with rook c to c7, it would even be more difficult. I was maybe, I mean, it would be interesting to see if white wants to trade the knight with the bishop to create more weaknesses and to play this endgame with knight versus bishop, because this knight could be really annoying, but this bishop could also be very strong.
Yeah, fair point. So I assume you would suggest rook's d2 move with the idea of taking on c6, or
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook d2 or rook d6, but I didn't like rook d6 for the simple reason that bishop e5 is a possible idea, and the rook has to retreat most likely. So
yeah, you're right.
yeah, that will really help a lot.
Yeah, rook d2 was a clear idea of capturing the knight on c6, and putting our knight to e4 will like obviously improve white's position a lot, because like the knight on
Yeah.
e4 will stay for life.
Mm-hmm. And at the same time, you're also threatening knight d5, so that also adds a nice, a better position for white to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I would rather check out bishop g5, because it's not that clear where the rook will go.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of, yeah, rook 5 d2. Wow, you're doing just brilliant job today predicting moves of the strongest grandmaster.
we worked to this together. We got to the idea together. So that's good teamwork.
Well, we can say so.
But yeah, it's clear that allowing the knight to jump to d5 is a really good idea, and also bishop takes c6 is a move that you would want to consider, because it's difficult to make progress
Oh my
otherwise.
goodness, he just took on c3, but I was, to say the least, I was puzzled with bishop g5, so I had no clue where the rook will go through bishop g5, because of rook d5, then it has no chance, at least because of bishop f6. But if rook d3, maybe it was a bit unpleasant, a bit annoying for black, because now they cannot trade on like a better terms on c3, and knight d5 is kind of unavoidable. So that's why he
Mm-hmm.
couldn't resist the pressure and took on c3, b takes c3, knight e5. So for an extra pawn, black's kind of received the weakness on c3 in the white's camp. And I think like f5, f6 is a very principled option, and it has to be considered mm, very, very carefully.
Absolutely. I understand the decision to take on c3, because now white's pawn structure is weakened on the queen side, and the c3 pawn is a big target. And it's difficult to see how you can actually defend this, because this knight on e5 is also very well placed now. And if anything, it can also jump to c4 now. And yeah, this knight can get really annoying for
Yeah,
white.
true. But can it be that we're not willing to defend the pawn on c3 at all? So we just let it go and still play like f6.
I think that's a very far point, yeah.
Yeah, I think like black shouldn't neglect the idea of f5, f6, because once we've got the h6 pawn, the game is almost over. Like rook check.
Mm-hmm.
So if rook c8 doesn't have much sense because of bishop f5 at least. So anyway, we're forcing black to trade the rooks, and then the h6 pawn falls. So king a7, like probably black needs to keep both pairs of rooks, like two pairs of rooks on the board, because of some attacking ideas with the knight. If king a7, there is rook h8, and I was a bit puzzled with the continuation. Maybe he was a bit afraid of rook c3, rook h6, and there is nice knight g4 jump, forcing to
Hmm.
take, then rook e4, and even after, but no, but it's not that clear. Still, we can take on f6, but this position is not clear at all. Maybe black is even better somehow, because it's not working by force, so we have to go king g3 there.
Hmm. Okay.
So he decided just to keep the tension, playing king g3 instead of f6, as I see. And then, no, pardon me, so rook c1 first, obviously protecting the pawn, and
Mm-hmm.
f6 is played.
Wow, okay, but it does weaken the light squares a lot, so we could even consider putting the bishop on e6 now.
Yeah, that's actually a brilliant idea, and somehow I have a feeling that Caruana will play knight bishop e4 to d5, so I think it's not quite. No, but pardon me, it's black to move after king g3, so in this particular position, I think white is threatening to play bishop d5, bishop e6, taking the
Absolutely.
control of g7 square.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not easy to make a move with black there because, um, well, you can try and double on c file, playing rook c5, then rook ec7 and rook a5, and kind of holding us tightly with the weak pawns and the queens. But rook king a7 is played instead. That's a bit mysterious for me. I mean, there's been no necessity. Well, but probably he's been afraid of. I mean, after rook c5, there is check on the 8th rank. Yeah, bishop rook d4 is played. I think it's
Mm-hmm.
clear that white is aiming doubling on d file and f4. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the players are speeding up now because they still need to play 9 more moves for the 14th move, and they're both around 5 minutes. So Radjabov is around 4 minutes, and Fabiano is around 6 minutes. So they definitely need to speed up now as the time is ticking down.
Yeah, now the mistakes may appear with such shortage of time and position being still a bit complicated despite the fact that it's already an endgame. Oh, it's not that clear. It's very like it's clear that white is pushing, but it's not clear how white will progress with such knight on
Yeah,
e5.
exactly.
So like intuitively you want to play f3, f4, but wow, king h4, it's a very mysterious move for me. But probably his plan is to put his king on h5 and then play a f4 and put his king there. And then
Mm-hmm.
it leads to a g6 square. It's heading toward g6 square, and well, I think Caruana is just following the very simple rule that the king is the most important piece in the endgame.
True. And then maybe he could include the idea of putting the bishop on d5 and then supported to go to e6 or maybe, if possible, even to f7.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's clear after king h4, rook ec7 that black can easy, white can, yeah, they can afford even sacrificing the pawn on c3, like due to the fact that after, so I mean, like let's say I'll make some stupid move like um, h3, no matter. If you take on c3, I take and play f4. So and then when the rook invades to the 7th rank, the game is pretty much over.
True. So that is very well spotted by Fabiano. Then he knows that the pawn on c3 is actually not hanging because of this.
Rook ec7, king h5. Wow, b5. Well, that's a bit difficult to predict. I'm a bit curious if there's been such kind of alternatives like g6, but
Oh,
well, like seemingly there it has no sense because we can even take on. No, we cannot. No, we can take on g6 because if you retreat with a knight, we have rook d5 all the time.
True, and this pawn on g6 is so strong.
Well, you have knight d3, which what I've actually blundered, but I'll try to behave like nothing important
Maybe
is
you are
happening.
still fine. Because the pawn is, I mean, the only way to stop it is by sacrificing the rook for it.
Yeah, like more or less. Even this one is quite considerable. But after g6, there is no necessity. I think we're not getting checkmated after king h6.
Yeah. Well, it's quite dangerous though. After g takes f5, bishop takes, there's still knight f7 check.
Hmm.
It's still a bit concerning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not that clear.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we're
Maybe king g6, yeah.
somehow we're holding. So yeah, g6 was an alternative, but that's not a move that you uh, want to take under consideration, under investigation, being so short on time. So he decided to opt for a more solid continuation after b5. Then f4 was
Mm-hmm.
played, so Fabi prepared himself to play f4 and activate his king.
Yeah. 6 more moves till the 14th move, and the clock is
Yeah, it's
it's,
running down.
getting really dangerous now. 2 minutes for Radjabov. It's not a lot of time. He really needs to play his last few moves quickly. I'm terrified whenever I have 2 minutes on the clock, even with 30 seconds increment. I'm terrified, and these players right now don't have this increment.
Yeah, so they have to be very careful with the time spent on every move. Knight d7 is played. Well, I believe the knight will be somehow kicked out by rook cd1 immediately.
Yeah, oh, the knight is not doing so great.
Yeah, indeed. And after
Has
knight,
to go to f8.
yeah, and then we can even offer a rook trade after rook d5. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
I'm not very concerned about rook takes c3. So if white managed to trade a pair of rooks, well, even we can try out rook d8, but no, that's the trick is hanging. So no, there is no trick. We can play rook d8, pretending that we've blundered knight e6, but then we have rook a8, and after king b6 we have rook
Ah.
d6 option. So pretending to be very sneaky. By all
Yeah,
means, the
and that's
situation is
pretty much winning.
yeah, the situation is very desperate for Radjabov. Like at least from the like human's perspective of view. Rook
Mm-hmm,
cd1 is played.
absolutely. Okay.
Well, not a very tough move to predict, indeed. Just attacking the piece.
Still counts for something, but yeah, it's pretty obvious you want to attack the knight and be able to go to g6 with the king safely without facing the check.
Hmm.
So yeah, after knight b6, king g6 is a possible move. Okay, instead rook 1 d3 has been
Yeah, he
played
started. Yeah,
first.
so it's very important for black to keep all the rooks on the board, because if we trade a pair of rooks, then we play king g6, rook d8, rook g8, and the game is over. And knight e8, a4 is a very smart decision, as uh, as I mentioned before, according to what I've said just yet.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to take the pawn with the knight, and well, it's not like 100% clear how white will proceed. I think rook d8 has to be played, so rook d8 and rook d7 are two, like in my point of view, only considerable options. And if rook d7, no, he played king g6 first, knight c3, like,
Oh,
and what he's going to do, bishop f3.
probably yeah, bishop f3 and dominating the knight, and he doesn't mind losing the a2 pawn as well.
Wow, that's the level of confidence because
Yeah.
it's pretty much surprising for me, not about the confidence, but about of the mm, like how easy he came up with such kind of decision, which looks very controversial on the first sight.
Yeah.
So knight a2, I'm a bit puzzled with knight a2 in terms of evaluating that particular endgame. So like knight a2 is taken, and to be honest, mm, I'm not convinced with the outcome.
Yeah. I mean, in any case, okay, yeah, I was considering you could take the a6 pawn and, somehow by playing rook a3 and rook d6, but after rook a3, there's knight c3, and if anything, there's always knight a4. So this is way too slow.
Mhm.
But yeah, rook d7 has been played, and I think that makes much more sense.
Well, but it's so. I mean, it's so difficult to understand. I mean, who is playing for the victory because this pawns look so there. Knight c3 is a very good move. I like the point being he tries to restrict the bishop on f3, and then b4
Mm-hmm.
is the threat. So rook g7 has to be taken.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook g7, I think. Then like even b4 first, keeping the pair of rooks on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow I like the decision that Radjabov came up with, and it looks like White been a bit slow there.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe
King g7
maybe it
king.
was a bit unnecessary to go for this line and go directly for the move rook d7 or rook d8.
Hmm. So king
And
g7,
b4 has been played.
b4 is played. Yeah, well, that's pretty much logical.
Yeah. This is going to be very interesting. And now the players have reached move 40, so that means they get 1 hour additional time on their clock each person. So I think now is the time they will like spend their time as much as possible to calculate this, because this is going to be very complicated. The B pawn is pushing, and it's very difficult to see how white can stop it. It's stoppable, but not without any consequences. And at the same time, white has a big pawn majority on the king side, and the king is able to capture the pawns, especially the one on f6, so the f5 pawn can push forward. But it's going to be very interesting. Um, who is better here, and who will succeed promoting the pawn, because I feel like anything can happen still.
Yeah, so like normally his bishop is stronger than the knight, but in this particular case, I'm a bit concerned how white will progress. So let's calculate the more or less direct line with king c3, sorry, king f6, and after b3, I think this move can be a bit premature because of rook g8, and the point being that now after b2, there is rook e8, rook b8 threat. So
Mm-hmm.
now, for all of a sudden, it becomes like vital for white to keep all rooks on the board, or at least to trade a pair of them on their terms. So after king f6, b3, rook d8, I think is very a very good move. Because otherwise, if you
Mm-hmm.
take on c7, rook c7, rook d8, well, still, it's not that clear how black will proceed because b2 is still not possible.
Maybe you can play knight. Well, if you play knight to b5, you allow bishop e4, obviously. So you are able to block the b file just in case, but bishop e4 is always possible to play for white.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what? Maybe we can try out some rook b7 move,
Oh, wow.
which looks very surprising, but probably it works. If bishop b7, there is two options, king b7 or b2
I think
once.
b2 right away.
After b2, I was a bit puzzled with rook d1. I don't know if we are on time to.
Ooh, Ooh.
promote. I would rather take on b7, king e5.
Yeah.
No, king f5 is not the move. We have to play rook e1. Then there is a5, and like again we start the sprint. So king g7, a4,
Mm-hmm.
f6, a3. No, but then like white is the first side who promotes and probably winning.
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, knight d1, bishop e4. Still not clear. Maybe we're gaining a pair of tempos, crucial ones. Like this position looks less risky for black.
Mm-hmm. But this f pawn is also unstoppable.
I know you have knight king d4. No, but not really. There is knight b5. I mean, it's so tricky. So white has a pair of plans. One of the plans is just to push as fast as you can. The other one is just to retreat with the king and block the pawns. So black has to be aware of both options. So I'm not pretty much concerned which option is the best one, is a better one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it will be a long game for sure. And I think we
Yeah.
have another result. Duda drawing against Nakamura.
No, yeah.
And you know what can be after today if Ding Alireza games ends with the in a draw or with the victory of Alireza, Nakamura having 50% score would be on the sole third place.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but it's insane that Nakamura is behind 2 points
Mhm.
behind
The leader.
Jan Nepomnyashchy. So that's an insane lead already.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it looks and I'm surprised how effortless Jan managed to win most of his games. Like they look so easy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's incredible, and yeah, you kind of wish sometimes that the games would go easily like this, but this goes to show how preparation is so important, and it's clear that he is very well prepared and is out preparing his opponents at this point.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true indeed. And King f6 is played, and now, well, I think Radjabov has to have a big thing because not only b3 is possible option, also a5, and now like the sprint begins, and who's the faster one takes it all. So
Mm-hmm.
black has to be super fast.
Yeah, indeed, and it's going to be very interesting. Both players have a lot of time on their clock, so they have plenty of time to spend it. I think, as you mentioned, it's going to be a long game still.
Hmm. Let's take a look on how do the Nakamura game ended because it was a very fighting position, and
Sounds good.
somehow all the smoke disappeared.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was very difficult at first for Hikaru, it seemed like, but seems like he had an okay position, even though his bishop was not the greatest piece in the position.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean it seems a little bit strange after. Yeah, so b4, bishop a4, I have to admit it's a great inclusion. Queen c6, now after bishop a4, black has the possibility to trade a pair of rooks. That's what they've done. King g2,
Hmm.
queen c5, pawn b takes. Probably one of the last crucial moments of the game because like very, mm, I can't say I'm very interested in analyzing d takes c5 because I know the game is already ended, and but like d takes c5, like keeping the pawn structure like visibly flawless would be a considerable option as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even after bishop c6, there's in any case rook d4, or you can simply capture the. Well, if you capture the pawn, there's rook e5, so you have to be careful still.
Yeah. So probably you can just play f3 first
Mm-hmm.
and keep the tension. Like one of our plans could easily be knight e2, knight d4. That's what I would play.
Mm-hmm.
And taking with d pawn seems to me, well, quite logical at the first glance, but maybe there is some forced way how to solve out the issue. Maybe d4 at once is a good option, because if rook takes d4, like more or less forced move, bishop c6, f3, and then rook e3, and like rook d3 is a move, but then bishop f3, like at least the material is equal. Maybe it's a draw as well, but I would rather take on c5 with a d pawn. I don't know what does the engine say, but like visibly it was one of the fewest moments where Duda could improve his game.
Mm-hmm.
Because this position somehow looks a bit empty. Obviously this one is just a dead draw.
Yeah,
I'm very curious to
that
get
is.
d takes c5.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting that the game turned around like this very quickly. I mean, there was it seemed very interesting, and then all of a sudden, the players decided to trade everything off and agree to a draw.
Well, I think anyway they couldn't decline all the trades, but I think after d4, let's say this position, like white
Mm-hmm.
is the side who is trading on their terms. Like rook takes d3, the needed. I mean, it's the only move. Bishop retreats, and so black has to solve the issue because our king proceeds to d4 quite quickly. It's like
Mm-hmm.
visibly, it's maybe it could be slightly better version, slightly better line for white.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
maybe
Yeah.
not much. I'm pretty convinced Luda was considering d takes c5 with attention.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so that was the end of the game. Luda drawing against Hikaru, staying in -1. Well, pretty. It's a good experience for World Cup 2021 winner who managed to pass
Mm-hmm.
through Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karakin in finals. So
Mm-hmm.
I consider pretty much I consider him as a future contender for the world title.
Absolutely, he has been playing really well recently, and in this tournament, the star is pretty much Jan Nepomnyashchy. So the players have been struggling to defeat him.
Yeah, Jan has been stealing the show since the very beginning of the tournament. Winning the first game was black. I mean, that's the same he've done in the last candidates tournament in round one, and it paid him off during the tournament.
Absolutely.
So the other game is the game between Ding Liren and Alireza, and the young Frenchman is struggling in the tournament, but let's take a more profound look whether he's struggling in this particular game.
Yeah, let's have a look. We haven't seen the game in a while, so let's see how the game progressed.
Mhm.
Okay.
So this is the current position. Seemingly a draw. Well, I don't think there is
Hmm.
any chance to progress for both sides, because like white is kinda pinned to protect the b pawn, the passed b pawn, and uh, like with obviously that exposed king. I mean, I'm very curious whether white has something on spot. It's like if king e6, I would rather consider f5 first
Mm-hmm.
because king f6 may fall into a cute mate after rook d6, king g5, king g3.
That's a very cute position, yeah, and you can still survive by playing g6, but that doesn't look great.
Yeah, so probably yeah, the game will not last long, but it's not a mate indeed. So I make a
Yeah,
check,
right.
play g5, so you have to play king h5. If king g7, there is rook g7, and then nevertheless I play rook d7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's a bit unpleasant position for black to play. So it
Mm-hmm.
means after f5, the only move is, pardon me, is it king f7? No. Hang on. Is it winning? I think there is something wrong with the broadcast because after king e6, I have an update that black played king e7, but I seemingly it's not the valid
Uh,
option for black, I suppose.
oh, that's indeed very strange.
So like
Hmm.
e5, well, could it be a blunder? e5, f takes e5, rook g1, king e7, but voluntarily playing king e7 instead of king c5 seems a bit strange to say the least.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, I suppose might be king f8 move or king e8 instead of king e6 because king e6 loses by force.
Mm-hmm.
So probably we can wait for an update, for a better update of the position.
Yeah, for now it looks pretty equal, but black needs to be very careful because anything can still happen. The end game is still very tricky.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, let's put more focus on Caruana and Radjabov game. It seems very interesting. So we have uh, this pawn sprint. Yeah, we've got a little update after b3. This is somewhat I don't like. Like b3, maybe he could pay a bit more attention calculating a5 move. So I just don't like the
Mm-hmm.
speed of the decision.
Yeah.
Because like at the first glance, these pawns like a6, b3, they seem pretty much disconnected to each other. And there is a very certain rule in endgame that like the connected pawns have to move like more or less equally. So the distance, the gap between them shouldn't be that big. So b3, there might be a certain tactical explanation behind it, but I think we've been puzzled. We've been struggling to find the move after rook d8 or rook c7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
besides rook d2 was played.
Yeah, Riggy 2. It makes sense to stop the B2, stop the pawn from pushing to B2 right away. But it does feel very passive, and I'm not sure for how long you can stop the pawn from moving. Because, for example, what happens after a move like knight a4, simply trying to prepare the move b2?
Well, I think the idea that we will try to sacrifice the bishop after b2, then bishop e4 somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So as well, we can try out like now we can take on c7, and I think the knight on a4 is placed uh, a bit worse than on c3. Now we have rook d8. Still, I'm
Right.
not very concerned. You can still push b2 and the game goes on. But like I would rather prefer a5 instead of knight a4.
Mm-hmm.
Like it look
Makes
like it
sense.
looks more uh, harmonic, I would say. If rook d8, I can try out rook c8.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so it's like from the human's perspective, it's very playable endgame, but somehow I feel the bishop has to be a bit stronger than the knight, despite being a bit
Yeah.
restricted.
Yeah, I think I mean both pieces are restricted by the other piece in a funnily enough, because the knight is restricted, it can't really move to the right side of the board, whereas the bishop is not able to stop the pawn on its own. So because of the knight, so that brings a funny dynamic, because yeah, both pieces are not having the best time because of the other piece.
Yeah, it's very clear that white is playing on the king side and black is playing on the queen side, and who becomes the fastest in this race wins this game. So a5 is played
Mm-hmm.
just now, and white has a plenty of options. Maybe king g7 or king g6 are the possible moves. So we need to push f pawns as soon as we can. Maybe king g6 is a bit more precise. I don't know. Just not stay
Yeah.
under the pin.
Yeah, and make sure that rook f5 is not possible to stop the pawn somehow from that square. So like this, you're preparing f6, and it will be difficult for black to stop this pawn as well.
Yeah, so let's check out a4, like f6. Well, and f7 is a very direct threat, so yeah, I'm a bit concerned how black will protect from f7. Yeah, it could easily be that the position is already lost for black.
Yeah, which is really, I mean, on one hand, it's strange because, well, the two pawns on the queen side are super strong and really difficult to stop the pawns. But it seems like the f pawn of white is simply faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
And
pretty much
yeah,
obvious. Because there is no
yeah,
rook
we yeah,
c6 moves, there is no
yeah.
way how to trade rooks in the proper way. And once again, if Caruana wins, he will be one who is breathing behind Nepomnyashchy's back, so it would be a fun time watching second leg of FIDE candidates. So today we're crossing the equator. Today is the 7th round of out of 14.
Hmm.
Yeah, a5 is on the board. I do expect king g6 to be played. Well, in terms of logic, king g6 is the most logical because king e6 is not that good due to the closure with the knight on c3, so you would rather distance away from knight on c3. So it means that king g6 is the move to be made.
Absolutely. Without doubt, King G6 is a great move, and yeah, it will be very difficult for Black after to stop the pawn, the F pawn, as it will be running to the other side of the board, and at the same time, Black is not in time to push their own pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, you're right. So we assume that Caruana is one who will continue chasing Nepomnyashchy with his victory against over Teimour in this game, or
Mm-hmm.
Black is somehow will manage to hold this difficult endgame and get over it.
Yeah, yeah, and it will be a very interesting race for the title, because yeah, Fabiano and Jan Nepomnyashchy will have a very close score, and there's still 7 rounds to go after this round, so there's still a lot of chances for Fabiano, and maybe even for the people that are a little bit more behind on the score. For example, Hikaru Nakamura, but crazy things must happen for that to have for Hikaru to have a chance.
Yeah, indeed. I would rather expect some player like Ding Liren having an up streak, but Hikaru, like, he's way
Mm-hmm.
too solid side. I can expect like 7 draws from him in leg 2. So yeah, we'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting tournament, and the situation in the cross table is very interesting itself. So still, Caruana
Mm-hmm.
takes his time, and I think, yeah, I'm very curious. I just wanted to ask you a very peculiar question, whether you have some kind of habits during the tournaments, like what is your like favorite things to do, favorite things to have during the tournaments to bring you luck and success?
When I was younger, I remember like winning a tournament, and I don't recall exactly how it was, but I think during the tournament or after this one tournament, I was 7 years, and I bought this plushie. It was like a toy, and I always brought it with me for tournaments, for good luck and everything, and yeah, I still have it with me. So for now 15 years I have this toy, and it's a really it's like a clown toy. So typically people don't really associate clowns like positively, but this clown is really cute. So it's different from those scary clowns or something. But yeah, that's something I always have with me during tournaments. um and yeah, during the tournaments I don't really have like rituals or anything like that. But typically, like, for example, if you win a game, you tend to wear the same clothes and do the same habits you had during the day of the day that you won your game. So you repeat the same habits, or like you have one pen for the rest of the tournament. And yeah, it's like I think yeah, typical habits of chess players. Do you have any of those?
Well, yeah, actually, I think you've told the same. The same I've been planning to. Yeah, I was just very curious what kind of toys, like it's a bear or like plushie.
Yeah, it's well, it's like a plushie, but like a clown type of
Ah,
um a toy. Yeah.
well, talking about like my habits, yeah, I do agree with you. So if I'm winning with like one particular pen, I'm trying to keep it till the very end. While I lose the game, I'm totally changing my clothes and like changing a pen, and sometimes even changing the day schedule.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not being very superstitious, but not even being superstitious, still you believe in that sort of things. That's very weird.
Yeah, no, I think this is like pretty common for all chess players, and I think it sounds weird for like people that never played in chess
Mhm.
tournaments or like that really experienced the same. But I think you just do it automatically because you're like, okay, I won this game, and let's just repeat everything that we did this day, and yeah, hopefully the same result will happen in the game. And you just do this, I think, like automatically without even thinking about it.
Yeah, yeah. I think I had a favorite. It wasn't a toy, it was my favorite watch, but I think watch became forbidden for any kind of tournaments. But they were like big
Mm.
bronze watch that were bringing luck to me. And since like the belts have got like a it was made of leather, and the belt became in a much worse condition. So it was in the worst condition. I've stopped wearing the watch, and without the watch, I was struggling the same level for maybe 6 years.
Oh,
Yeah, so
wow.
I remember this watch bringing me luck in back to 2015 under 18 World Youth Championship, where I took bronze, wearing a bronze watch.
Mm.
And yeah, probably I might have wear golden watch.
Yeah, next time gotta buy the gold one.
Yeah, yeah,
But yeah, you can't really wear it these days anymore, indeed, because of fair play rules.
yeah. In most of the tournaments, yeah. Well, but not making such kind of an absurd. Some if you see clearly that the watch are mechanical and there is no piles, there is no electricity in it. Probably it's. I mean, it's not. The organizers are not obliged to prohibit the wearing of the watch during the tournament. If you clearly see that there is no way how to cheat, it
Mm-hmm.
means like if, for example, if this particular thing brings you this player a lot of luck, why not? I mean,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's really fair. And yeah, I never wear a watch, so I never had to think about this.
yeah. So Caruana played King E7, King E6, proving me wrong and showing my real understanding of chess, and make me which made me feel a bit upset of it. But well, I think King G6 wasn't like a losing move, but King E6 probably even a better decision. I just realized that F6 and after Rook D7 we take with the king sometimes, and you unpin the
Oh,
rook from protecting the second rank. Well, like A4
right.
is still a very straightforward line. F6, like, and pretty much nothing is changed. So King E6 is a very um, probably a very good move as well. Like, mm, I don't see a clear way how to refute King E6. But somehow, I mean, like,
Yeah.
intuitively, I felt King E6 is not the best move because you allow some knight jumps and some potential checks, which could convert into an extra tempo for black, and it would be crucial.
Yeah, and it looks really like the king is unsafe on e6, but there are simply no checks. I mean, the bishop is covering the square c6, and the king is also defending the rook on d7. So, yeah, and since the knight is not able to maneuver really well, it seems like this move king e6 is amazing and giving space for the pawn on f5 to move forward.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, anyway, let's try to find the move for black at least, how to keep them floating,
I
because there
think
is
the
no
only
such
chance
thing.
is a4, really.
Like A4, F6, it's like still looks like the knight is cut off from the king side.
Yeah. Maybe is there a way to like play b2, sacrifice the pawn? And yeah, okay, it doesn't really help much. I mean, I want to distract the rook and try to stop this f6 pawn somehow, but whatever happens, if you get the rook to f5, the king is way too
Yeah,
close.
yeah. So that's the
So
benefit of
it's
king
really
E6
difficult.
move.
Yeah.
Like a very versatile move. Like you protect the rook on D7 and create an idea of pushing F pawn. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like king E6. Maybe there is anything else. I'm very curious.
Hmm.
Can we somehow try out knight A4 there?
Okay.
Probably still play F6.
Mm-hmm. And after b2, you always have bishop e4.
Yeah, but then the line is not over. I
Mm.
think. Somehow I believe it's not over. Because of some possible knight jumps to C5, but yeah, there is a lack of coordination a bit for black.
Yeah, and if knight c3, I was thinking maybe you could even sacrifice the bishop. So, for example, after knight c3, you take on c7 first
Mhm.
with check, and then you take on b2.
Yeah, that's definitely a great idea. Because after knight E4, after F7, this is the benefit of double pawns. They're covering additional squares, and there is no knight G5 check. So you can play
Mm-hmm.
knight C5 probably. But like even
Yeah.
this position seems to me lost for black. It's like I can even
Yeah.
try king e7 because after knight e5 there is king d6.
King
You
d6,
have to give
yeah.
up the knight, and I take with like king or either with the pawn, and it's just completely winning.
Mm-hmm.
The difference in the between the activity of the kings just solves out the issue.
Yeah, exactly. So that is quite problematic. So knight a4 is like a sensible way to continue, but I think if anything, you can always play bishop e4 and just let the bishop rest there and push the pawn forward because black can not stop this pawn anyways.
Yeah, I'm failing to find the proper way how to stop the pawns. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, let's no, rook takes d7 is played. Rook
Oh.
takes d7, maybe it's a good way to. And king a6, yes, that's what I like.
Mm-hmm.
Because now white is more or less obliged to play rook d2, because if f6 we can play b2, and I think we're the first who promote because of many
Knight
rook,
b5.
maybe rook b5 probably.
Rook b5 sounds more accurate.
Even knight b5 is nice because after bishop e4 we can try out b1, or not
Oh
really.
yeah, you can take the rook.
Yeah, we can take the rook, but then after f7 it's not like that clear.
Yeah.
But maybe we are on time to stop the pawn. Like rook b5 is also a valid option, so we're the first who promote and like seemingly not risking much. And this is the move I like from Radjabov. Take, play king a6, distract the rook from the second rank to lure it to d7. And then if white is forced to play rook d2, then it means something went off the hands of Fabiano because it looks a bit illogical. So we
Mm-hmm.
can even try out a4, f6, a3, f7, and simply play rook c8.
Right.
Then a2 is hanging, and it can easily become very dangerous for white themselves.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's not so clear now. Maybe you have moves like rook d6, rook c6?
Yeah, fair point. Like I'm more or less obliged to play king a5, then you have rook
Yeah.
c6. That's a great idea indeed. Like it's still it's still very, very complicated because we can avoid
Yeah.
the trade, and if rook c3 we have a2,
Yeah.
and I'm not like pretty sure how you stop the pawns.
Yeah, it's not so clear. Yeah, this position is insane.
Like, can we go? No, we cannot. I thought we can go crazy taking on b3, a1, and playing king e7. No, but not really. I mean, like at least queen g7 is
Yeah,
enough.
queen g7, yeah, that's pretty much over.
Yeah. All right. So I
Mm-hmm.
think that was a crucial moment of the game. So king e6 somehow, yeah, I felt it's not the best move to make because you barely want to be close with knight on c3 and like black has an abundance of checks after the trade of rooks, and those checks have to be calculated quite carefully. So king g6 would be a bit more precise decision, like from the human's perspective. And now the position is like absolutely unclear.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you do? It's very difficult to see what it could do here. I feel like the only move. I mean, you could add a check with rook d6, but what is it going to give? I don't think it will give you much.
That's a good question indeed. Well, I think we're more or less obliged to play king a7, are we? King
Mm-hmm.
b5. No, it's not that clear at all. Also, I thought about the checks like playing f6 first, like a4. No, but pardon me, there is f7. Because after rook c8, there is bishop
Oh
b7
yeah.
check.
Ah, that's a good one.
But how did we come up to the position in the analysis after king a6, a6?
I think just b2.
All right, b2. No, but hang on, what's gonna be next?
If rook
Rook b7.
b7, then
Yeah, you're right.
knight or knight or rook
Mhm.
b5.
I see a very cool tactical motive, but I don't know if it's necessary. After knight b4, by 5, I think we've neglected this move because of bishop b4, but I don't know if there's been any sort of this tactical motive playing rook c6.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting one, but it's not forced for white to take on c6, so I think they can just play king e7.
Yeah, king e7, and like I thought we can try out two options like rook f6 and king b7.
Mm-hmm.
Because if king b6, like probably you play f7, and
Yeah.
I'm trying to get rid of the bishop on e4.
Mm-hmm.
Because like if you take on c6, king c6, you promote, I promote, I have only one check left on a8, and I play
Then queen
and I play
b7.
or even queen b7, maybe queen b7 it kills by yeah, just instantly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's very it looks cool, but I was a bit puzzled with bishop c6,
Mm-hmm.
b1, and even rook b5. I think like this f6 pawn has gone far enough to maintain the advantage for white to secure the advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, like
Yeah,
it
really
looks very
interesting.
dangerous, but yeah, it's a cool line.
Mm-hmm.
Like king a6, and yeah, so Radjabov is taking. Oh no, sorry, Fabiano is taking his time. Let's take a slight look on Ding Alireza, whether we have any updates, because in our concern, we've got some technical issues because we don't believe Ding Liren opting for such a bad continuation. It's been like, I don't know, knight c6, king e6. So pardon me, what was wrong with f5?
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, so we have to agree that on like king f6 is the only move.
Yeah.
Like then we make a check. Then, no, pardon me. So king g5 is a valid move because after king g3 there is rook a3 check.
Oh, rook a3, right.
So I wasn't like I I prejudiced Ali Reza to me for making a very bad move, but no, it's not obviously. King f6, and yeah, the things are not clear at all. Maybe black is doing just super fine because of this rook a3.
Yeah. Yeah, in our analysis, the king was already on g3 and was able. It was well. The check I don't remember. I don't recall if that was possible on a3, but it was really dangerous. Yeah.
But now after f takes c5, was played rook a3, king d4 check, knight d4, and like somehow I do believe black is the side who is trying to win because of the b pawn instead of e pawn. So let's imagine all the pieces gone off the board. Black has an absolutely winning pawn endgame because their king is much closer to the king side. So it probably potentially may give some chances for black to pretend they're their upper hand. Knight
Mm-hmm.
e4, king e7, and king b3, and then knight e6 was played. Wow. Well, probably that's the only way to improve the position. So I'm a bit concerned what will be after knight b5, probably knight f4.
Yeah, I think so. And the position looks really pretty drawish.
Yeah, so we do expect.
Unless one player makes a mistake, but I think it's very difficult to make a mistake at this
Yeah,
point.
obviously you don't need to take on e6 because after in the rook endgame white is doing so bad,
Yeah.
and rook a3 is hanging, pawn on e5 is hanging, so you have to keep the knights on the board, taking on b5 or even probably play knight f5, which could also be a possible move for Ding Liren.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think there is not much to talk about in this game, so we can put all our focus on Caruana against Radjabov.
Sounds good.
Just waiting for all kinds of updates in this game.
Mm-hmm.
So we are moving to Caruana against Radjabov.
Yeah, let's see if there's progress made in that game because the position looks really complicated and the players have plenty of time to spend on the game now. So I do expect them to make use of the time they have.
So
Okay.
f6, and this is the current position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the f6 is. Oh, it's so no rook d2 has been played. I see.
So both players went all in.
Yeah. Yeah, so Caruana is allowing b2 to happen, which is really interesting. I wonder what he has in mind after b2.
Good question.
Because that looks like the most straightforward move that you have to calculate precisely. Maybe you are able to use the same mechanism that we looked at a couple of moves ago.
Like rook b7.
How about rook d8?
Yeah, rook d8
Or
is a
rook...
move that's I'm very curious about. I think it's a good move
Mm-hmm.
indeed.
Because after, if we are able to play rook a8, we can simply play rook b8 to check, and we are able to capture the pawn. However, I'm wondering if it's it should probably be enough, even if we like lose the rook for the pawn, basically.
Yeah, probably because of the knight on c3 being cut off of the king side. But can we
Yeah.
try out can we try rook b5? Like
Mm-hmm.
maintain the same idea. So you can trade all the rooks. You can make a check, king b6, rook b8 probably,
Mm-hmm.
like king c7. No, king c7 is not a good idea.
Yeah, then you can play bishop e4 again.
Yeah.
But okay, it's not so clear yet. I mean, black has two passed pawns.
Yeah, they have, but I'm puzzled how they will stop one f6 pawn.
Yeah.
So probably you still need to capture with the king. After rook b5, king b5, there is f7, b1, and then f8. And still, I think white is an upper hand because of the domination of bishop against the knight.
Mm-hmm.
Like this bishop on f3 being so dominant and covering all the squares on d5, e4, and white is also a pawn up. So this potential line is clearly in favor of white because I think it's more or less technically winning.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks pretty convincing. But that might be a very long game still ahead.
Yeah, but this line being pretty much forced. Yeah, let's wait for the moves.
Yeah, that sounds good. Because anything can still happen.
Yeah, that's true indeed. So I've already asked you about your favorite habits during the tournament. Maybe now it's time to ask you about the favorite food during and between the tournaments. So what would you
Yeah.
rather eat during the tournaments in order not to have some curtains issues to keep your stomach being alive for all entire tournament?
Yeah, so typically in tournaments, like the food is like arranged already. Like you have like a full board in the hotel and everything. So you don't have much choice really. But yeah, whenever I am like getting the food myself, I remember in my last tournaments, I love getting pizza for dinner. But before the round and during the round, I just try to eat like I don't know whatever I prefer to eat. During the rounds, I typically don't really eat a lot. I may have like chocolate with me, some snack, some cookies or something, but I typically don't really like feel the need to eat during the game. And then right after the game, I suddenly feel very hungry because I haven't eaten a lot.
Yeah, because of the stress. When you're
Yeah.
stressed, well, but on the other hand, like it's been told that the people being like during the stress, they tend to eat a lot. But
Mm.
chess game is it's not the case. Usually, people being more focused on the game than on being hungry during it. So that's
Yeah.
true indeed.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I typically don't really eat a lot, but during the game, but I love to take like a bar of chocolate with
Hmm.
me. Especially like after the 14th move, you have quite some time now, and typically the game lasts for much longer if you've reached more 40. So yeah, that's when you need more energy, and a bar of chocolate will do. Do you have any like food you like take with you for during the game?
Well, I used to have a habit of having a drink or a chocolate
Mm-hmm.
with me, but then I think I've stopped eating any kind of chocolate during the game. Unless
Mm.
there are any snacks provided by the organizer in order not to spend any extra money. No, of course, I'm kidding,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, so for example, recently I played in Georgia Masters, and once I remember a story, I mean, it's been quite similar. I played a game in Qatar Masters 2015 against Tomaszewski, and it's been a very
Mm-hmm.
complicated game, but for all of a sudden I felt like a very big hunger. I've been starving because we pre-decided with Chakra and Mamediarov not to have any kind of lunch, only have a big breakfast and to be a little bit hungry during the games. He told me that's a very
Oh.
good approach to, I mean, to keep your mind maybe a bit more sharp than
Oh.
playing with a full stomach. And
Right.
on maybe third hour of the game against Tomaszewski, I felt starvation, and I decided to attack some chocolates, cupcakes, or something like that. And at some period of the game, while my position was very, very unpleasant, like maybe even lost. I decided to resign because I just didn't want to play. I've been full of this sweet stuff and like just didn't like. I mean, they were not just like were not interesting me at all after such kind uh, of lunch with chocolate cookies, with brownies, with muffins. I was
Oh wow.
so unless. Unless I lost the game, despite the fact I lost the game, I felt quite happy. I had a very good lunch. I mean, probably that was the only occasion where I felt so happy after losing a game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I typically don't eat a lot during lunch. Like I have lunch. Um, like normally, but I don't eat so much, so I think I don't like sit to the chessboard like with a full stomach. But I can definitely understand that it can be quite taxing during a chess game. So yeah, I gotta be a bit careful with that, especially if your game starts like in an hour after your lunchtime. Then yeah, you gotta be careful with that. But yeah, I feel like it's important to have at least something that you're not going to starve eventually.
Wow. Oh my goodness. HB2 and F7 is played.
Oh
I mean, it's just
wow.
leaving the rooks on the board, so it's not like could be a risky business for white themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is interesting because Black is promoting first, so they're able to give some checks. But it seems like Fabiano is confident about his chances.
But I'm
Ooh.
not like super convinced the how he will avoid the perpetual. I know, but there is rook e7.
Yeah, and then you're able to move the king elsewhere on the seventh rank, and you give a check yourself.
Yeah, you're right. Can we try? I know if we try king,
King
you have
d7,
king d7, but I don't see a single.
another
Ah, but then you
check.
have king d6. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's so exciting.
Yeah, yeah. Another king b6. There's rook
Yeah,
b7.
just winning the
So
game.
yeah, that's going to be checkmate even.
So like a pair of discovered checks just solve the game.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Wow.
So b1 f8. A bit puzzled what can be black's response after queen g6 because like I'm not sure we can make a silent move over there.
No, I don't think so. You simply don't have time. You need to take action. But what is interesting is that I think Fabiano calculated this all the way back when there was the possibility to play king g6. Because if the king would have been on g6, it would have been check, and then white wouldn't have been able to promote. So I have a feeling that he calculated this all the way through from that moment,
Mhm.
and that's why his king is now on e6.
No, but you know what's funny about this position? Like after queen g6, after queen f6, we can take on f6 and another round starts. Then you push
Yeah.
another pawn and we have like another round of races. Well, I can't say it's not risky for black because obviously it looks very risky. But white also has to be very careful with the bishop being a bit out of bounds for protecting the a3 to a1 promotion. So it's like
Hmm.
rook d8 is one of the fewest logical responses to a4, like preparing rook a8 check. And like we can prepare ourselves as well, playing rook c7. It's not like quite clear how white should proceed.
Hmm.
So we can check out this particular line, take, and then bishop h5. So I'm trying to put my bishop on f7, and then kinda mm, like uh, pretend to be much faster on the king side.
Maybe after this, there's knight d5 check, and then you can play a3, a2,
Yeah, you're right. Good
and
point.
I don't see how you can stop the pawn anymore.
Yeah, I think you've admitted it correctly. So knight d5 is just winning the game. Well, and it appears to be very unclear. Well, yeah, I think that's the kind of game we should just enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very tense, and the players are on move 46, so they still have uh, they still have plenty of time to reach move 60.
Hmm Yeah, just a crazy position.
Mm-hmm.
Just like mind blowing because you push, your opponent pushes, then you can trade queens and start pushing again.
Yeah. Yeah, and but okay, in any case, white is up a pawn, so any sort of trade, if those pawns are being traded because they turn to queens and then the queens are traded off, etc., white should have the edge. But yeah, things can get really complicated regardless.
Hmm. Yeah, but I'm a bit puzzled why Radjabov still takes his time because probably still has to queen. Like b1 is the only like a normal option, is it? Or maybe he's
Yeah.
considering, yeah, b1 is played, so f8 is like has to, like the move you have to make instantly, unless there is
Yeah.
some like intermediate rook d6 check, which could have been a very important inclusion. So if we try rook d6, if there is any kind of different, no, f8 is played.
Okay. Yeah, this is yeah, I mean this is very logical. And now I think is the crucial moment. What is Radjabov going to do? Is he going to play Queen G6 or is he going to give another different check? Because there's multiple checks, but I don't really like any of them.
Hmm.
I mean Queen B6 is obviously failing due to Rook D6. And Queen E1, it feels like that is not going to last for long.
No, but you know, it's kind of interesting because like you cannot move. I know Queen g6 is played, but what was if Queen
Mm.
e1? So how does the king hide after Queen e1?
Maybe. Ah, yeah, you can't play King F7, so I guess you have to play King.
f6? Because
F6,
if King
yeah.
b6, there is knight b5, King c5, Queen b4, kind of pleasant.
Oh,
So King,
yeah, that is annoying
yeah,
tactic.
so you have to move your king behind the pawn probably, and then after Queen h4, for all of a sudden you're just play King g7, and White's king feels even more comfortable behind the opponent's pawn than behind his own. So there is
Mm-hmm.
no check in this particular position. So
Yeah, exactly. So this looks uh this looks very good for white.
yeah, all right. So Queen g6, the line we've predicted is shown up on the board. Like Queen f6, I don't know, like King e7 is the move. Um, I can say I'm a bit worried about Queen h7 because of many reasons, but it looks very interesting still. Like King e7, let's find the direct checks. If
Mm-hmm.
there is enough checks for black to like maintain the like the level. So how do we level up it?
Don't really see a check in this situation, and I mean you can't really afford a silent move either.
Yeah, but talking of threats, Queen a8 is probably a threat. Also, Rook g6 is a threat,
Yeah.
even more mm,
Because there's Queen
scary.
H7, but then King D8, and I feel like the checks end there.
Yeah, probably.
This should be lost.
I'm trying to come up with something extraordinary, but I'm failing to be honest. It's like, well, I don't believe in Queen a5 for many reasons. There might be like a plenty of checks. Queen g6, King g7. I'm so puzzled how black should go on.
Yeah, it's quite surprising. You would say that black has the upper hand, but there are just no sensible moves here. And I mean, the knight is cut off because of the bishop, and I think that makes the difference here. And this bishop is really well placed on f3, not only cutting off the knight, but also cutting off many squares of the king.
Yeah, that's true indeed. You know, I'd rather expect king b5 in this very position. Just
Mm-hmm.
try to hide on b4 and then push a4 pawn as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unless we're getting mated by force, because after queen b8 we have king a4 still. Probably not
Yeah.
losing by force, because after rook d4 we have king e3 and there is no checks at all. So, well, king b5 is such kind of an option. You should kind of keep an eye on it. So if there is no checks for you, try to improve the position of your king. King e7 is quite interesting. I think after king e7, king b5 is one of the fewest considerable options.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think this is what Fabiano is spending his time on. I mean, both moves, Queen f6 and King e7, look sensible, but I think Queen f6 is going to prolong the game even longer because of the trade. So yeah.
Yeah, well, and we were a bit puzzled with a4 and how do we stop the postpone. It's
Mm-hmm.
like rook d8, we can play rook c7 even.
Mm-hmm.
It's like check, rook a7, you take, and there is no way how to stop the pawn. That's been the conclusion. Yeah, so obviously we're not forced to show the losing line for white, but
Mm-hmm.
it's far from being clear how white should progress there if they pretend to be better.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so knight king e7, queen f6, both moves are pretty much sensible.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I'm not sure which one Fabiano will go for. I have a feeling he would want to play King e7 because it feels like there is a lot of potential in this line, and Queen f6 is only gonna make the game even longer and another pawn race. And I'm not sure if he wants to go for that
Yeah, I
line.
think he will continue playing for the win. And what I do like in king e7 that this move leads to very like like less concrete line than queen f6, because after queen f6 it's all forced. After king f6 it
Mm-hmm.
becomes less concrete than after queen f6. So king b5 can lead to any kind of consequence. I mean, like any kind of
Mm-hmm.
consequence of move. So, well, yeah, after king b5 there is plenty of moves, including queen e8 also. Like queen b8,
Yeah.
queen e8, like some rook moves probably. This position is absolutely inconcrete.
Yeah. Yeah. This could get really interesting. Still.
Yeah, besides Ding and Alireza are approaching to the draw position before
Mm-hmm.
going for a short break, I think it's not a bad idea to take a brief look on how the game progresses between Chinese and French players.
Sounds good.
So we're kindly asking the broadcast team to switch the board to Ding against Alireza. So yeah, knight f5 was played. Well, I'm a bit surprised how like sometimes players like Firouzja play this kind of endgame. So instead of like some simple moves, he usually chooses the most difficult ones, like King of Faith. Like, I don't know what was wrong with King of 7. Maybe some. Yeah, I'm a bit puzzle, because if white wanted to take the pawn on b5, they would rather take it at once after knight b5 than knight. It means that after knight f5 you can consider king f7 as well.
Mm-hmm.
But king f8 was played instead. Rook c1, knight f4, king d2, rook c4, rook f1, then g5. Yeah, that's the line.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a bit worried of ace. No, e6 doesn't work because of knight e6 probably, if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm not indeed. Yeah, that's the draw. h4 is played and knight e6. Yeah, and I think sooner or later all the pawns will be traded.
Yeah, there's I mean there's like equal material in the position, and I mean there's the pawn on g4 is hanging, but there's knight d6 check in the position, so indeed I also think the pawns will be traded off very quickly, and then there will be not much left to play for, and they will agree to draw.
Yeah, true. Well, I think on that positive note, having two games finished yet, and one game is about to finish between Ding and Firouzja. Well, no matter how many moves more they will make, it wouldn't affect the result. It might be a draw. And
Mm-hmm.
Caruana seemingly having an advantage in endgame, but I think we consider King e7 as the best way to continue the fight, because we were failing to find the perpetual or hide the black king behind the pawn, and Caruana pushing, Ding drawing against Firouzja. That's like a pretty much pre-conclusion um, before the last, I think, time stage. I think I have an additional
Mm-hmm.
increment after move 6, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct,
And
yes.
both pair of players are approaching to that certain time control. And now we're heading towards the short break for another cup of tea or either a coffee, and we will be back shortly. Yes, so some little technical issues. Yeah, there is no lot of things to talk about. We've got only one game remaining, and we've got a little update of the Queen G6 check, where we've told that White has quite a pleasant choice indeed between King E7 and Queen F6. Caruana opted for Queen F6, and I was a bit surprised with Queen E8 check.
Yeah, me too. We were talking about this move, and yeah, Queen takes f6 seems a bit more logical. But yeah, Radjabov is opting for Queen e8 instead.
And if I recall it correctly, we were a bit puzzled with the continuation of Rook E7. I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
correct.
But also, like King D6 is not a bad move either, as it appears to be at first glance. So once again, like check, Queen F6, Queen E8, King D6.
Yeah, it's pretty insane that this king is on. It's more or less safe on d6.
Yeah, it's more or less safe because of discovered checks on the
Yeah.
6th rank. So maybe King B5 has to be played, but then King B5 you have Rook B7 and like King C5 is hanging. I'm pretty much sure that there is no perpetuals there. So Queen E8, there is Queen D6 and Rook E7, and like I'm super puzzled.
Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't look so great for black, and if you play, for example, Rook b5 to, I mean, regardless, the king is able to go to c7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Another check from D4.
Yeah, and that is going to be
Yeah,
checkmate soon.
yeah, it's lower. Maybe a blunder by Radjabov.
Yeah. Yeah, if the queens were traded off the board, the game was still very interesting.
Well, we can still play Rook C8. And it appears to be that there is no checks at all for White, isn't it?
Maybe bishop b7?
Oh, you're right. Bishop B7, probably just killing. Still, like no, but Rook King B6, you have Queen D4.
Queen d4,
Yeah, you're
yeah.
still
And if
correct.
king e7, you take with check.
Mm-hmm.
Or just queen
Yeah, no
d4
way.
even.
Probably it's just a bad position. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a question in the YouTube chat. Wouldn't it be better to move the queen to e7 to menace the black rook? So instead of king to d6, I'm guessing.
Well, frankly speaking, we've been failing to find the proper response after King D6, but maybe Queen E7 is winning either. Who knows?
I think there is queen g6 and it's,
So it is the
well,
same position as we had like a minute
yeah,
ago.
you're repeating the position, so you can't make progress like
King
this.
D6 is on the board.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm really curious what Radjabov has in mind for this, but because I'm pretty sure he has calculated something when going for queen e8 rather than for queen takes f6.
Yeah, obviously. Also, there is another peculiar line with knight a4, but there is still some checks. You might have been. Yeah, I'm also failing to find a good check.
Yeah, the king can't move.
The king can move. Maybe we can put the queen in the center, playing queen d4. It's like I'm not sure whether black has a check. Like they can make queen b8 or queen f8, and we play king. No, but then it's not that clear.
Yeah.
It can be perpetual. I mean, after king d6, up to now, knight a4 looks like the only possible move was black. Otherwise, there is a lot of discovered checks threats. If rook c4, there might be something else. Maybe we can.
It's hard to see what to play. I mean, but you have bishop b7 check, but after king b6, you don't have any checks anymore.
Yeah. Well, white still probably need the queen trade, but on their terms, it was in a better version. Maybe queen d4. No, queen d4. There is knight b5. But then it's absolutely unclear.
Yeah, this is definitely very unclear.
Like,
maybe you have bishop c6, or is that ridiculous?
no, it's not ridiculous at all, but because the whole position is just ridiculous by itself.
Yes. Yeah, that's why any move could just be like a huge blunder. But I'm guessing after queen b, there's king e7, and I mean, it's not, the win is not clear yet, but at least the king is escaping.
Yeah, the king is escaping. That's true. Yeah, good point. But like intuitively, if it had a choice between all three moves that we've calculated, like knight a4, like rook c8 is not working because of bishop b7, and rook c4 visibly not working because of bishop c6, I would still prefer rook c4.
Yeah, especially because you're stopping any sort of queen d4, which could be really crucial if you play bishop b7.
Yeah, now the game became like the game of little finesses because any move could be crucial. After rook c4, yeah, let's try to refute her bishop c6 because it looks very, very nice. Maybe I can still try knight e4 check, bishop e4, queen e4, and like your king is still out of moves. And now
I
I'm
might actually
threatening.
be worried about this. Yeah.
Like maybe still you have rook c7 if I'm not mistaken, but at least I have queen e4 and I'm super fine. Finally.
Yeah, this should be a draw at least for black.
Like whether is no refutation after rook c7. Rook c4 is
Oh,
played.
rook c4 has been played. Yeah. He guessed the move.
Well, it's not like a guess. I mean, like we're eliminating the worst ones and putting more focus on the most logical one. So rook c4 just comes out of the logics of the concrete calculation. So like if I would consider all of the moves in the position and like rook g5 some kind of nonsense like rook g5 rook f5, then you could say that we've guessed the move, but then like we've just precisely eliminated all the worst ones, and rook c1 rook c4 is obviously a good try at least. Well, I'm still curious what does the computer say about the game, but I'm not even convinced. I'm pretty sure this game would be one of the games of the tournament, to say the least. Maybe the best game of the tournament, like because of the nerve of the game, because of this promotions, like F and B pawns. Yeah, it's been very controversial.
Absolutely. So now with rook c4 on the board, yeah, I'm curious to see what Fabiano has in mind after that move and if he expected it, because that's another question. And yeah, I'm curious to see how this king is going to escape, because funnily enough, it's completely stuck. But black does not have enough pieces to like deliver a checkmate to the king on d6.
Well, so rook c4 is on the board, and we can. Yeah, I thought I can somehow try to protect the e file for king to know rook c7 is played at once.
Oh, wow.
Maybe
Okay.
still a good move.
So with knight b5 check, you can move to d5 with the king.
Yeah.
I think that is that idea.
Not very ordinary, but pretty simple.
Yeah, obviously, if you take the rook, then king takes c7, and if the king goes to b5, there's bishop c6,
Yeah, that's
and that's
GG,
over.
so we cannot
Yeah.
capture the rook.
Yeah.
You know, like after queen b8, for all of a sudden still... Ah, no, there is king d7 or king e7, no matter. Yeah, both moves are fine. So rook c7 causes some problems for black.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and what could black possibly play now? Because the threat is to get rid of the rook, and if the rook leaves the c file, then you can safely play king c5. So yeah, I'm guessing, and if you play indeed, like if you pin the rook, queen b8, you have king e7, so that's not gonna help either.
King d or king e, yeah, both moves are fine. So for some reason, I believe like knight e4 is one of the fewest considerable options. Like knight takes, bishop takes, sorry, knight e4, bishop takes, queen takes. For example, king retreats somewhere. We play king b5, like, and the game goes on. Probably white is not risking, maybe pushing.
Yeah, and it's not so clear. You don't have a check anymore.
Have queen.
Yeah, that's the
e5.
only check.
Yeah, that's quite unpleasant.
Yeah, and you have another pawn race.
Which seemingly is not in the black's favor.
Yeah, you don't have to. Do you have to? I think white is much more ahead, yeah. But it's close.
Yeah, it's close, but like the main point that even if you manage to promote it once, even if you trade queens, like this king is much more closer to the king's side than the black one. So basically any kind of the trade knight to bishop is in white's favor. Like any kind of trade is in white's favor.
Right, yeah. Yeah, absolutely, especially because white is up a pawn, and the pawns on the king's side are able to push quite quickly, quite easily.
Yeah, so rook c7. Let's switch on our imagination, because we needed vitally in that sort of position. Yeah, once again, like king b5. I think we didn't really consider this move, but
Can you now play queen e5 directly?
yes, so that's the main point. Rook c7, yeah, nothing changed. King b5, queen e5, we take, pawn takes. I think the pawn is better. And then you can push a4, but it's too far. Like white promote first, they have a check, they can take on h6 in some lines. That should be lost for many reasons. Yeah, rook c7 is a brilliant move.
Yeah, it's really difficult to make such quiet moves when the king first was on d6, and the position is super complex. So every single quiet move needs to be considered very carefully. So it's really interesting to see that Fabiano is so confident about rook c7, and obviously it looks really good. So yeah, let's see how Radjabov will deal with this move.
Yeah, actually, it's a very nice thing to talk about. So sometimes, like in such messy positions with king on d6 and a6 respectively, it's not a bad idea to switch the gear. So we're trying to find more or less, at least like human-looking way to proceed the game. So we're trying to achieve the position which will be easier to understand, and we're trying to transpose to it. So rook c7 is that kind of move that is reaching this goal. So we are trying to just swap the pair of pieces and lead to the endgame, which we will understand clearly. That might be technical.
Right, and what is interesting is that so I believe we're around move 50, so the players need to play approximately 10 more moves till the next time control. So both players don't really have a lot of time. I don't think Fabiano has 18 seconds, but I don't think he has much more time than that. Yeah, but both these players need to speed up a little bit, and the fact that they need to play at least like faster than 1 minute per move is can already be causing a lot of trouble for the players, because this position is really complex and it requires a lot of time to calculate things through.
Yeah, indeed. And I think we should check out a bit precisely what is the current time Fabiana has. I wonder it's not 18 seconds, maybe a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna
like
check
super
real
difficult
quick.
for black to make a move, like apart from knight e4, to keep the knight on the board.
Yeah.
It's like white's king is dominating on d6.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, if king b5, there is queen e5 at least. Because also I've been curious about rook b7 inclusion. Maybe you have king a6 and white is out of checks. But if king a4, then there is some bishop g1 move, king a3, rook b3, king a2 is the only one again. But this is somewhat white is not willing to achieve because of queen c6 at least. Then we take the queen and we take the rook.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Fabian decided to simplify everything. And after king b5, I'm pretty convinced he'll play queen e5 when the position appears. Like from the practical point of view, I'm struggling to find a good way how to continue the fight. While Radjabov has been fighting like a lion during the whole game. And
Yeah.
I mean, like his position was so depressing, but all the time he came up with brilliant decisions.
Yeah, exactly. As it turns out, I believe Fabiano has 9 minutes on the clock. I mean, I don't see the clock physically, but I have a feeling that could be correct, because 18 seconds for 10 moves would be absolutely ridiculous. And we see king b5 on the board.
Yeah, king b5.
Okay, so we could, after all, see the queens being traded off the board. But this time, I like, compared to the previous time where the queen was on g6, that trade I feel like was, I think, still better for white, but less clear. But now, if white is able to play queen e5 check, the pawn will advance one square further after queen e5, queen takes e5, and f takes e5. And I feel like that gives white even better chances to win.
Yeah, probably. Initially, I thought black has to play rook d4 in order to force white's king to move into e file, but then the point being that white also need to give up like a semi-tempo playing king before because the knight is hanging, and that white may probably they can easily proceed with king f6 and e6 e7.
Mm.
So it still
Yeah,
remains
the
more
pawn is
what happens.
unstoppable.
Yeah, it looks like. But then with king b5, allowing queen e5, the game probably won't last long, whether it's draw or white is winning.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think white has a clear upper hand here, and it's difficult to see how black could stop this from happening. At least stop the pawn that will be soon on e5, because the bishop is dominating the knight still, and I think that is also like playing a big role throughout this entire game, because this knight is on c3 and not able to move to the king side whatsoever or towards the center. It is clear that white is winning in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm also very curious if we are obliged to trade the queens, because I'm a bit struggling to find the protection after queen f5 check, because after queen f5, so you cannot move your king to a4 or a6 because we take the rook. You have to play king b4. Then we make a check from b7. And after that kind of check, once again, I think king a3. Well, it's a possible move because after queen a5, there is knight a4, and like white is out of checks. Now, queen e5 is a more technical decision, I would say so.
Yeah, and it is played. So we will see the queens now being traded off the board, and this should be a clearly winning endgame for white, especially since the king is now on b5. So even for example, if the rooks are being traded off the board and the pawns will run, first of all, the pawn e5 will be first to promote, and not first, but also
Like the only
promoting
one.
with check.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, so that will make a huge difference. So yeah, it looks like Fabiano will win this game.
Yeah, it looks like.
Okay, rook d4 is still a possible move, and then we will still see a couple of moves, but it won't last too long, as the pawn will still manage to move forward very quickly.
Definitely not. Like rook d4 is the only possible move. I mean, in order to keep fighting, because rook c7, there is no way for black's knight to approach the pawn. So it's like if you play king c5, then we play e6. You have like a4, e7, knight b5, king d7, knight d6, and we're not in a hurry to play e8 because e8 would be a very costly blunder because of knight e8, king e8, a3. But we can simply start with bishop d1, a3, bishop b3, and this position is completely winning.
Yeah, and especially since we have a pawn majority on the king side. With the two pawns, you can create a new passed pawn, and that is how you will win the game very easily.
You know, the fun fact that even without the all pawns on the king side, it would be a Zugzwang for black. No, probably you would have knight e4, like, but obviously the majority on the king side just solves the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, this position looks pretty much lost for Teimour Radjabov. And
yeah, and he has only 3 minutes left now. Less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, and like when the rest of the players stuck in the swamp, being like 50% or less, Fabiano and Jan just reached an incredible velocity in terms of gaining the points. So both of them won 2 games in a row. I mean, each. It just, in terms of any kind of mathematical statistic, is just incredible because the tournament is so tense, and like I think even Caruana having whites against Radjabov, well, he is a favorite, but it's more likely to be a draw in this game than Fabiano winning against Teimour. But both players managed to win like two games each, respectively. Fabiano and Jan, and yeah, that's so exciting having that kind of candidate tournament race in the tournament. So it just shows the clear will, the clear yeah, the will of the players to compete against Magnus and Caruana.
Absolutely.
Then yeah, so he obviously another kind of a player in like apart from Fabiano, even having +2, winning, seeing how Nepomnyashchy wins with ease, like effortless, gains an effortless victory, would surrender. I mean, keeping the fight in terms of the standings in the cross table, because if you see someone winning so easily, you can just easily give it up. I mean, it's so hard psychologically, but somehow Caruana, I would rather say, easily got over it.
Absolutely, yeah, I fully agree with you. And surprisingly, we see that the rooks have been traded off the board.
Yeah, I don't know
So
what Radjabov has in his mind after e6, because it looks just crushing immediately.
yeah, and I feel like, I mean, I think he believes he can put his knight on d6 as you showed us before, but it's his final chance to make something happen. But it's a pretty desperate one, I think, because well, it's pretty clear what Fabiano needs to do here.
Yeah, he would be happy standing such kind of a chance after. I know he checked first, so I mean, yeah, but that's pretty much the same d6.
Yeah.
So I mean, like after bishop g1, the game is over.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're almost on move 60, but it seems like Radjabov is down to 30 seconds, so he might not even he might not even reach the time control.
No, I think he will, because like you play 96 or a3, but it doesn't take any sort of effect on the evaluation. So
True.
it's unfortunate for him, it's lost. But I think we have to mention his like fighting spirit in this game. I mean, he didn't give it up while he had a very unpleasant position after he was pawn down, and he found pretty much decent counterplay chances, but Caruana's technique was just incredible.
Absolutely. It was a very well fought game by Radjabov, but Fabiano played really carefully and really clean. So yeah, he is the deserved winner of this match, but unfortunately for Radjabov, he is not going to take any points from this game, and it's a bit unfortunate. He hasn't had a good tournament so far, and he's missing this tiny little bit to score some points because he has the fighting spirit. He is playing really well, but the points are just not happening.
Yeah, so Radjabov losing both games to American players, dropping down to -2. Yeah, that's a pity, but you know, it's all about chess. You make one mistake and you're out. That's,
Yes.
as I've been already explained by Elizabeth Betts, that's the chess is Hunger Games. I mean, you can never make any sort of mistakes. You have to be like super consistent on any kind of level, and that is all about. And the results: Nepomnyashchy very convincingly winning in Petrov. Guys, just imagine winning with black in Petrov, less than 3 hours spent against Rapport. Yeah,
You would never expect that.
this player makes it look so effortless. Ding
Yeah.
against Firouzja, well fought game, but drawn. That's a very common thing in chess as well. And Caruana won a very and thrilling game against Radjabov, and it's been a cherry on the pie for today. I would rather say so. And thank you for being with us. And unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye because we have no more chess games left on FIDE Candidates 2022. And we will be happy to see you soon. And it will be tomorrow, we wish. 3
Yes.
p.m. European time, Madrid, Berlin, Paris. Stay tuned to World Chess FIDE Candidates 2022. Anna-Maja Kazarian and me, Daniil Yuffa, were with you. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah, see you. Bye bye. Thank you so much.